Hey guys, it's Dirk the Red Panda. I'm not sure if I should get my mic closer. I was told by somebody that I should adjust my mic so it's more upward standing instead of facing directly towards my mouth. So, yeah, that's one improvement. So, you guys are probably wondering what the first part of the title is about. Well, if you haven't checked on Twitter, I also mentioned this on YouTube on my last video, but I'm raffling off this Adastra rubber charm. And by Adastra, I meant Amicus. Almost got it right. This is Amicus, yes. So, if I can zoom in, yeah, that's Amicus. I should probably improve the lighting, but you know, I tried my best. I have the new VN on the big screen, my big monitor, so it's gonna be really hard to kind of adjust the lighting if I want to do something like this. Maybe this will work. Can you see Amicus now? So, I am raffling this rubber charm off, and eight people did the thing. They retweeted, they liked, and commented, so I knew that they were actually interested. So what I decided to do is basically I made a raffling like program in Python to basically simulate the results, I guess, or whatever it is. Whatever they're called. But yeah, basically it's going to simulate it by just swiping through or whatever, just like spinning or whatever, cycling through all the names. And the winner will basically have it stopped on them and it'll say they're the winner. So that's how the raffle works. That's how raffles work in general. I don't know why I had to explain it like that. So Perby the Cat is the first person to donate, and I'm not sure why the super chat is not working. Maybe it's because I don't have it in this version. Perpy said, Dirk, it's me, Perpy. Also looking hot. Thanks, I just took a shower, so that's why I delayed a little bit. Had to look fine. I spent a while on the program and just forgot human decency. So, without further ado, I'm going to bring up the raffle machine, or program, whatever I like to call it. Miscellaneous application. Oh, I forgot to unmute the chat box. No wonder. Sorry. Alert and chat boxes were muted, but Perpy donated another $5, so 10 in total, saying, Dirk Senpai, you look fabulously beautiful. Oh, stop it, you. Without further a delay, I will go to YouTube and make sure I am on the proper page so I can actually upload a thumbnail once I reveal the new VN. So, as I do that, I will also add the new table of content chapter where I raffle off the charm. And yeah, that's life. That is what life is about. Raffling off Amicus charms. Here we go. Edit. What time is it? I'm gonna just say 8 minutes. There we go. And about 10 seconds to spare. Alright, so that is not the window I intended to open. I intended to open this window, which is not showing up for some reason. Oh god. It's called Spider. Good old Spider. Oh god. Oh dear lord. There it is. The masterpiece. I should probably actually thin this window out a little bit. Let me see if it adjusted just a tad more. Anyway, this is the raffle. Right now there is nothing on the screen because the names have not been funneled through yet. Once I run this loop, this will be the first time I'll do it live. I simulated it multiple times to make sure it works, but this will be the official spin to see who wins the Amicus rubber charm. You guys ready for this? I can't hear you. Are you guys ready? No, I'm kidding. I'm not going to do that to you guys. But yes, 8 people signed up or entered into this raffle. And the winner will get it mailed to them. And I don't know how much it will cost package, but I bought it at USPS the other day. Here we go. With 8 loops and a randomly generated number. The winner is oh boy, who's it gonna be? Oh, it's getting Husky Bears is the winner. Congrats to Huskies Bears or Huskies Bears, Husky whatever, whoever you are. And luckily, it was coincidentally my lucky number. I did not rig this, I swear to God. I could actually change the window to show you that I did not rig this. But yes, congratulations, Huskies Bears. You are the winner of my other Amicus rubber charm. And I'm going to show you guys the code, just so you guys know I'm not BSing you. Oh no, that's the wrong button. Oh God. I don't know how to adjust things. God. There we go. I'm gonna try not show my name because this is Python and it's like it kind of uses my console or whatever, so it shows my name. No, I gotta delete my name. My name is not my real name. It's Dirk. Oh God.
Super chat.
Oh, another super chat. Perpy says it was rigged. It says the has-been president. Is Huskies Bears the has-been president? I do not know. Here we go. So, just to show you guys I ain't BSing, here's the loop and all that stuff. So, I could always post it on Twitter or wherever, Google, whatever place afterwards just to show you guys, but oh God, I can't scroll down. Help! There it is. This is the code that I use to do the raffle. So I'm going to do a post on Twitter and I'm going to say congratulations to Huskies Bears. And misspell Twitter while I do so. Congratulations to at Huskies Bears. For winning the Amicus Rubber Charm Raffle. All right, so we have posted it. Congratulations once again to Huskies Bears for the winning of the raffle. And hello to Catherine. Catherine? I'm not sure how people pronounce it, but someone give me a werewolf husband for me. Oh, that would be nice. But, yep. I am going to remove this window now that it doesn't mean anything anymore and change the table of contents. So, the miscellaneous applications got to go. Well, first I gotta... Right, close enough. Boop. And it's gone. forever gone. So, moving on to the chapter of the votes. What did people think I was going to play? Well, I screw it. I didn't update that page.
Super chat.
God, why does Perpy keep donating and talking about werewolves? Oh, Perpy donated another $5 saying, Dirk Shiro wants a werewolf husband. Please turn into a werewolf for him. Sorry, I can't yet. It's not... Is it full moon yet? I thought it was full moon like a week or two ago. But as I change the chapter description, whatever... God, I can't... Why can't I... God, I hate this settings. No, that's not what I meant to hit. Okay. How do I change settings when the window is too small? Okay, it's 15 minutes now. At the 15-minute mark, we will talk about the VN that everybody thinks I'm playing. All right. Just a bit too late. 15 seconds too late to the chapter mark. But anyway, on this window that is giant now, I decided to put it up to a poll to see what you guys thought I was going to play. I have one in mind, and I have it up on the big monitor, but I just wanted to see what you guys thought I was going to play. The other one that I played was kind of out of left field, according to you guys. Like, only one person voted thinking I was going to play it, which was Wolfstar Sins in Paradise. Now, there's 4 choices that I left up to you guys here on YouTube. Here, most of you guys thought I was going to play Far Beyond the World, about 44% of you. Then the next most popular thought was Socially Awkward, followed by extracurricular activities with about 15%, and then Ocean Avenue with 12%. Then we move over to the YouTube ones, and that's pretty similar, but actually a bit closer between Far Beyond the World and Socially Awkward.
Super chat.
Which has 41% for it, and then 34% for Socially Awkward. So, are you guys ready to hear the music of what game I am playing now? Not sure if you guys are ready for this. I will hide the internet page to get all the clutter out of the way. Are you guys ready to hear which VN I am playing? I'll let you guys take a hint. Here's the music, as I have neighbors in the background making noise. You guys know what it is yet? Not sure if you guys know yet. Yep, we got one person who already guessed it. It is... Frick, it is way too big or way too small. I don't know what just happened to it. It is Far Beyond the World, but for some reason the window got either ginormous or just disappeared all entirely. I don't know what happened. Oh, Lord, help. There it is. Okay, I'm gonna lock the other. Internet's locked. Miscellaneous applications locked. Far Beyond the World is the new VN we're playing today. Why is it doing that? God. Oh, I locked it. No wonder. I'm like, why can't I move it? It's locked. Good job, Dirk. You know how to do everything. And now we have a giant black bar on the bottom. So, you guys excited? Oh, Perpy donated $5 saying called it.
Super chat.
Oh my god, goodness. Perpy donated $10 more, guessing it was Far Beyond the World, and then called it. Thank you so much, Burpee, for donating. Like, wow. Can't believe you donated all that just to guess. Thank you so much, and sorry I didn't read it earlier, but wow. Looking forward to this one. This one was on my mind for a while, and I just was so unsure on if I should start it or not. I felt like I was too late to the start of it. Like, it's at 4 or 5 updates in, and I am way behind in terms of not even starting it on my channel, so I was a bit scared I was gonna be too far behind. Make yourself comfy, Dirk. This will be a long one. Yes, indeed, lied. I'm only gonna be playing the first night or day or whatever it is before, like, at least for tonight, and then try to maybe, like, do a marathon of it tomorrow or Saturday or whenever I get, like, a day to just go through it all. I want to play a day of this and then do the Tennis Ace update, just so I have something in between, so I'm not just hammering all Far Beyond the World in, like, one go. Alright. We're gonna start this bad boy, as it's on my giant monitor now, so, oh lord. Let me know if I'm too loud. There we go. Here we go, so, as I change the table of contents on the live streaming window, I accidentally moved the sensor bar as I did so. Anyway, show level. Okay, here we go. We are going to start playing at the 21-minute mark. I'm surprised this vid has like 15 likes already. like Alex commented about it being 16. It says 15 on my studio thing, but I don't know why you guys would like this already. I haven't done anything. Burpee says, I love you. Can't wait for your voices. Oh, thanks, Burpee. I hope I can do this one justice, because it's going to be tough. A lot of big boys in this. A lot of big wolf boys. Here we go. I don't have anything else loaded, so might as well just start. Super chat. Oh, that's a great way to start. Complete nothingness. I feel as if nothing existed before this moment. No memories of anything other than this utter void. I don't know how long I've been here. Time seems to stretch into eternity. The rhythmic thumping that accompanies me starts to fade away. I somehow know it's the sound of my very own heart being silenced, as if death embraced me. Is this what death feels like? How can I be dead if I haven't even lived? I cannot feel anything, summon any emotion. It's just me and this thorough nothingness. Finally, silence envelops me. But it's not death. Whatever's happening, it does not offer me release from this empty awareness. Suddenly, I hear hundreds of whispers. One voice, really, but boundless and out of time. It folds on itself, forming an incoherent chatter. The language sounds so foreign, yet it speaks to my very core. Bits and pieces flood my mind like a tidal wave. Among the onslaught of chaos, I sift through those strange words, failing to find anything intelligible. Excruciating pain surges through my mind, like a blunt force to my head. The key. I want to scream in agony as my entire being is set aflame by those words. Then, the black canvas pulls over my eyes. I can see the darkness now, cold and pitch black. Black stone. Another surge fills my mind with painful awareness. I know what stones are, what earth is. This void is not native to me. I come from a world beyond this nothingness. I'm trapped here. You and I. I suffer another torment. I feel myself materialize in the abyss. My body becoming the surge. My body becoming the edge of existence. I'm no longer floating in nothingness. Instead, I'm immobile, restrained, and left in the dark. I must break free. This isn't right. This isn't right. Wake up. The whispers intensify, as if urging me on. Am I dreaming? Is this a nightmare? Wake up! Their anger rises, and the command is harder to ignore through the agony caused by each word. I want to wake up. I do! Wake up! Guys, I don't know what to do here. I really don't know what to do here. Can you guys help me? Which option should I choose? Oh god, I just want to see the chat go nuts about my comment. As I hear neighbors going crazy. I don't know why they party on like Wednesday, Thursday. They just party on random weekdays. It's like, you know, people have lives and study. Oh my god, Dirk is just the perfect voice actor for dramatic scenes. Oh, that's so sweet of you to say, Catherine. Thanks. And people are fighting over me in this chat. Stop it. So, guess I'll just open my eyes. Oh god, I could see the light. Oh, that was so cool. Hold on. Like when I did that, you could kind of see the fade just... You could see the edges just kind of zoom in a little bit. That was pretty cool. I think that's probably because of the fade and the style of the text box. Like, yeah. I'm not sure if that would work if you had like a different text box. But anyway. The light rushes into my eyes. As if I'm struck by lightning. Stricken either way. I know what lightning is. I can picture it crackle across the stormy sky. I'm sure I've seen a storm before. With flashes so bright that for a split second everything turns white. Pretty much like now. I'm forced to squint as my vision doesn't adjust. Everything is so blurry and white. I could have sworn I'm staring at the sun. Sun. I can almost recall its warmth. I'm certain I belong here. in this world. The void that held me moments ago slowly fades into my memory. It was just a dream, and now that I am awake, I will return to my normal life, whatever it may be. Despite trying my hardest, I cannot remember anything concrete about my past. The pain in my eyes lingers, and I want to shield myself from the glare. However, my body is numb. I try to raise my hand, to bring it over my head, but it only flops in place. My heart speeds up at a horrid realization. I cannot move. I try to speak, but it only comes out as a mumble. I try to speak, but it only comes out as a mumble as I struggle against my limp body. Am I paralyzed? My fingers twitch as I concentrate on them, tapping at the soft mattress beneath me. No, I'm just frozen. I could feel that I woke up from a long, deep sleep, and my body just now started thawing. Somehow, I managed to use my lifeless hand as a pendulum to flip myself to the left side. I arch my back. Oh god, I need to arch my back. Not sure if this is a comfortable position. I arch my back, crawling like a snake in the bed, trying to get to the edge. Finally, my eyes adjust, and I can see the room. There it is. It's the background. Raising my head is... Raising my head is a challenge. But eventually, I managed to have a proper look around. I could see the door in front of me. There's only one window. It has a wide, cluttered ledge and lets in the light of an early afternoon. There isn't much in a way of furniture, just a wooden chest next to the door, a cupboard to the left, and a large wardrobe next to the window. I can't help but notice how dirty everything is, with cobwebs in every corner and dust filling the air. Despite my memory loss, I am sure of one thing. This isn't my room. This is not my home. Where the hell am I? I struggle a bit further, still very much numb, although I can feel life returning to my limbs. I push myself over the edge, which I fast realize was a mistake as I fall hard onto the wooden floor with a loud thud. Ouch. I almost pass out at the force with which my head slams the boards, but the cold of the ground instantly seeps through my naked skin, bringing me back to my senses. I'm not sure if the notification went off.
Super chat.
It just did. Perpy the Cat donated $5 more saying, "Did you know the creator of this VN chats in his Discord all the time and Haps visits there a lot? And hell, will reply to your PM." Oh, the camera's down here. Is this a call out? Am I being called out for not responding in my Discord? Oh man. I mean, I'm glad to know that he is very outreaching, I guess, is the term, but I'm just terrible at doing that because I didn't really create my Discord with the intention to be like, oh, I'm just going to interact with fans on a consistent schedule or all the time. I kind of created it more so initially for the March Madness thing, and then just for people who want to just talk about VNs and stuff that I played or that they are playing. Like, is more so just kind of a VN fan type of powwow type of Discord. Like, I didn't really have much intentions on it initially. I will try to get better with like being more responsive and kind of come up with better ideas to like maybe be more interactive or have like maybe like a music chill session or something to just be more personable. So I'm sorry that I don't do that, but I yeah, I just have a lot on my hands with school and whatnot. This week was crazy for me. Anyway, let's get back to the reading. Shadow, I think you may have missed that by a couple dollars. Anyway, I almost pass out at the force I almost pass out at the force with which my head slams the boards, but the cold of the ground instantly seeps through my naked skin, bringing me back to my senses. I try to collect myself from the floor, pushing hard with both hands, but it feels as if I'm lifting a boulder.
Super chat.
God damn it, Perpy, why did you do that again? Thank you so much, though, but God, you don't have to like stretch yourself thin to do this. Perpy donated another $5 saying, No, Dirk, I wasn't calling you, or calling you out. I'm just saying he does it if you want to contact him. I actually do DM him, like, we do talk. I haven't recently because I kind of forgot. Things happened where just got caught up with life, but yeah. Normally we talk. I talk with him. I talk with one of the smoke room writers. Red, I think it is. Oh, I know it's Red, sorry. I know it's Red, but I'm trying to think of which route he does. He does Cliff at least. But yeah. So yeah, I do talk to the creators, making sure I play the proper stuff, that I don't spoil anything. But my debit card is fine. Oh, goodness. But, yep. What was I saying? Yeah, I do talk with Kael, so I should probably mention Kael in the description. I do have the DMs, or not the DMs. Jeez, why I say DMs, but I do have the description template now for it, so I can do this for every episode from now on. Oh, thank goodness it pasted. Oh god, why is it undoing every single character? There we go. Okay, and save. Alright, so I made sure to post like the itch.io, the Patreon, the Twitter links for Kael and his VN in the description just so you guys can check it out if you want to. Anyway, back to the VN. I try to collect myself from the floor, pushing hard with both hands, but it feels as if I'm lifting a boulder. And sorry, Apollo, to hear, but have a good night and make sure you get some rest. So, all I managed to do is sit up in a groggy fashion, noticing my naked upper body. At least my lower part is covered by what I think is a loincloth, which is strange to say the least. There is a sound of heavy footsteps approaching from the adjacent room. I gaze at the doors anxiously, expecting some sort of a familiar face coming to my aid. Maybe I'm away with family, even though I can't remember who my family are. Everything feels so strange and out of place. The door cracks open, and my wishful thinking is snuffed out by a large wolf creature entering the room. He is covered in thick black fur, standing uptight in its hind legs with torso chiseled like a marble statue. Guys, I gotta admit, I have a crush on Vulgar. I know who he is. Like, I saw Lide's read-through of it, and oh my goodness. At least I only saw the first 3, I think. Maybe 2 or 3, but yeah. Oh god. Vulgar is just... Anyway. For a split second, my attention drifts to a round black stone resting on his chest, filling me with an odd sense of dread. However, that's quickly replaced by a more rational fear as I shiver at the sight of the wolf's clawed paws tensing up in anticipation. The beast snarls, gazing at me with his wild red eyes, almost as if looking right through me, and I can't help but to stare back at his massive snout filled with jagged fangs. Oh, my fucking luck. I told them not to leave me alone. I don't even register that he speaks, feeling weakness overtake me. I must be dreaming. This is a nightmare. Finally, I win the inner battle and manage to regain control of my frozen body. I throw myself up against the cupboard, climbing it like a cliff. Instinctively, I pull out a drawer, hastily rummaging through its contents to find anything I can use to defend myself. Amongst the clothes and trinkets, I grasp something with a hard handle and pull it out, holding tight in front of me with bold hands. I can't speak. I grasp something with a hard handle and pull it out, holding tight in front of me with bold hands. What are you doing? The wolf regards my weapon with a mild contempt. It's a wooden comb. Stand back, I got an Amicus rubber charm! Despite how foolish I look, I still hold it out in front of me, jabbing at the air to make the beast aware I mean business. Before I can react, he is already on me, one paw grabbing my neck and pushing me hard against the wall. My head bounces off of it like a ball, and I nearly drop my only weapon. That's when his massive paw squeezes my left wrist, the pressure he applies to my bones taking the floor from underneath me. My legs are noodles, and I simply hang from his hold. Let it go. He reiterates through his fangs, snarling straight into my face. I tear up as he squeezes harder, almost to the breaking point. Without a choice, I let the comb go and it flops to the floor. The next thing I know, I'm being swung onto the bed like a rag doll, my weight meaning nothing to the beast. I bounce off the bedding, scraping my shin bone on the wooden frame. The pain jolts my head and I gasp, quickly grabbing my leg and pulling it close to myself. Fuck, it hurts. It almost makes me forget about the still throbbing wrist. Now stay there if you know what's good for you. I'll be back in a moment. The wolf huffs at me in annoyance and hastily leaves the room, closing the doors behind him.
Super chat.
Oh, Perpy, why do you keep donating? Stop it! Perpy donated another $5. Thank you, Perpy. Saying, this is my favorite part where he get gagged with Rannoch underwear. Spoilers? But, yeah, this upcoming scene, like, Yeah, I know what's coming with that. So, this is technically my second playthrough of at least the first 2 or 3 days, or 3 updates, whatever you want to call them. But there's some new characters I don't know yet, and once we get to those later on in maybe a future stream, that will be a genuine first reaction. Because everybody's hyping up certain characters I don't even know existed in this VN. So anyway, let's continue on. The wolf huffs at me in annoyance and hastily leaves the room, closing the doors behind him. Okay, what the fuck is going on? Why can't I wake up? I lie there in bed, huddled in pain and crying, desperately trying to end this nightmare, but with no success. Is this the sweetest dream? Or a beautiful nightmare? Forget if that was Rihanna or Beyonce. I remember that song slapping in my early 2010s. Or late 2000s? Either way, that was my childhood. Moving on. The pain lessens, and my panic slowly switches me from fight to fright mode. Or flight to I can't say it. The pain lessens and my panic slowly switches me from fight to flight mode. I need to escape. I can hear the beast rummaging in the next room, clearly looking for something. I look towards the window and realize that I don't want to find out what he's looking for. His current preoccupation is my best chance to get out of here. I try to step off the bed as quietly as I can. Tiptoeing, I move closer and closer to the only escape route in this entire room. I freeze up as one of the boards creaks, almost as if on cue. My eyes trail to the doors, and I weigh my options. Instincts overtake me and I jolt to the ledge, immediately locating the latch and locking the window, but I cannot open it because of all the clutter. In panic, I begin brushing everything off with complete abandon, racket echoing across the empty room. I can see the forest in front of me. Freedom is just within my reach. Help! Help! I yell out as I hear the beast storm in. The doors flying open with a bang. What the fuck? Somebody help me! Not even a second later, the entire world turns as if I were on a merry-go-round. My stomach moves up to my throat, and I fly across the room with the force of the spin. I gasp as my back strikes the bed again. Despite the padding, it's a very rough landing. But before I even register the world of pain my entire body is in, I see the black shadow swoop above me. The entire bed shakes as the beast lands on top of me, his powerful paws flanking me on both sides. He presses his snarling muzzle into my cheek, forcing my face to one side and pressing it deeper into the bedding. I guess we have to do it the hard way. My eyes well up as I feel him dribble onto my neck with each hot puff of air. Please, somebody! He cuts me off with his paw, pressing it hard to my mouth. Oh God, that's not Radek. Volgar, what are you doing? I continue my muffled shouts as I cry in horror. Wake up! Why can't I wake up? Shut up, or I'll rip your fucking throat out. The beast growls, grabbing my neck with his other paw, the weight of his upper body now fully pressing down on me. He is squeezing my windpipe shut without even trying. I want to gouge his eyes to throw him off, but I'm unable to reach for his muzzle over the bulging muscles of his arms and shoulders. I clamp my eyes shut as my body begins to convulse, partly due to the hysteria, but mainly because I'm desperately trying to draw air. Finally, My hands go limp and fall lifelessly onto the bed, ending my pathetic defense. I will die here. I don't want to die. My muffled screams begin to fade as the agonizing pain fills my empty lungs. Shut up! He pushes harder, increasing my desperate tremors. My body becomes unresponsive, and I lose any sense of self. I can hear his angered growl hush above me just as everything begins to fade. I slowly return to the darkness, again accompanied only by my beating heart. My mind stirs with a slight discomfort, stretching across my entire body. My mouth is dry and there is tension in my joints. I now realize that my arms are twisted behind my back, arching it upwards in an uncomfortable way. I can feel as if something unpleasant was stuck at the back of my throat. Did I fall asleep like this? I'm not sure what happened. I think I was having a bad dream. Something about a werewolf and a cabin in the woods. My dream. I seem to be having a lot of night terrors lately, and I'm glad I can finally wake up. But as I open my eyes, it's clear that the nightmare isn't over yet. It's the same It's the same dingy little room with a small window, black fur and fangs flashing through my mind. Oh no. The savage attack was not a dream. I try to jump up, but my hands and ankles are tied together with the length of a rope, bounding me like a parcel. I can't roll to either side without dislocating my shoulder. There is no breaking free from this. When I try to speak, I realize I'm gagged with a dirty cloth, which explains the dryness and a weird, briny aftertaste. I look around the room, trying to jog any memory of this place. Was I kidnapped? Is this some sort of messed up prank? I try to rationalize my situation. However, the more I think about it, the more cold sweats dot my body. Why can't I remember anything else in this cabin? Is anyone even looking for me? I can hear someone in the other room, heavy footsteps pacing impatiently back and forth. I gaze at the door with dread, almost certain it is the same beast that just attacked me. Then I hear someone else enter the cabin. Finally, what took you so long? The cold voice confirms my suspicion. It's that brute. I had to avoid my father all day. He only just left. I gotta give him a better voice. I gotta make it distinct enough. I had to avoid my father all day. He only just left. The hunt should buy us time, at least until the morning. Maybe that. I'll try and improve it. How's the human? Oh, peachy. I frown at the comment. Peachy indeed. What do you mean? He's awake? See for yourself. There's a rush of padding towards the door, and I panic as a massive gray wolf enters the room. It's him! Oh god. Why must I simp over all the characters? He's dressed in some sort of medieval armor, a green cloak falling from his shoulders. Initially, he has an excited expression, but it immediately sours at my predicament. He throws an angry gaze towards the black whale who tied me up. What the hell did you do to him? The human should have been tied up to begin with. He tried to escape. When I see that brute, I want to scream, to run away, but all I can do is wiggle and mumble. The gray wolf approaches me, looking down carefully over my body. Are those choke marks? Are those choke marks? He's all bruised. Yeah. I'm trying to get a better expression of that. Whatever. I won't go back.
Super chat.
Oh, yeah. God damn it, Perpy. Perpy donated another $5 saying, oh, yeah, Daddy Rannoch. Are you happy that I said that? Does this make you happy? Oh, God. He's all bruised. I saved our pelts, you idiot. I saved our pelts, you idiot. My eyes opened wide as the creatures arguing at the foot of the bed. Seeing one of those wolves was bad enough, but seeing both sends a chill down my spine. All I can do is stare, motionless. They're both enormous, much taller than what I considered natural, with broad shoulders making their entire posture more than intimidating. And that's without accounting for all their fangs and claws. I am terrified. I avoid looking directly at them, but a shadow moves in the corner of my eye. The gray wolf is approaching me slowly, paw extended towards my face. Help! Someone help me! I try to call out, but all I accomplish are muffled whines through the gag. My crushed windpipe feels as if I swallowed a stone. A painful lump stuck halfway down my throat thanks to the monster. Shh. The gray wolf tries to shush me, but I continue to yelp despite how much it hurts. Help! Oh, wake up! Please, be quiet. Or please, be quiet. His soft pleading almost causes me to stop, but I can hear a deep growl behind him. Just fucking kill it before everyone hears this. And just like that, the most instinctual cry comes to me, the one I always fall upon in a seemingly unending nightmare. Mom! Mommy! This is a bad dream. It has to be. Stop snarling. You'll make it worse. Or stop snarling. You're making it worse. The gray wolf snaps at his companion and then gets onto the bed, his chest hovering right above me. Being exposed like this makes me shout even more. However, his massive paw gently presses down on my face. Although he's trying to silence me, the wolf is going about it differently than the previous one. His other paw reaches behind my head, holding me securely and gently ruffling my hair. Shh. His greenish eyes plead with mine, and I find his expression and demeanor almost soothing. Please, calm down. I notice he begins to match his breath with mine, his massive chest expanding in the same rhythm. He is guiding me down from the edge of panic, and for whatever reason, I follow. All I want to do is feel safe, and somehow he manages to make me feel just that. Slowly, I let down my fight, my muffled voice going fainter and fainter. Can I at least cook for the Dirk Boy? I haven't had dinner yet, and I'm pretty hungry. That would be nice. I might make something and have like a little break in between or something like that. Make it a little like restroom, bathroom break time for everybody if this becomes like a really long read. But yeah, I'm only planning on doing like day one, I guess, per se, today, and then maybe doing the rest of it like on another day. But anyway. Okay, you would get the highest of gourmet meals. Aw, thank you, Shadow. Ah, man. I need to make my HelloFresh meal tonight. I was going to make it, and then I got caught up with this.
Super chat.
Perpy says, I would so cook for you. Aw, thank you, Perpy. And thanks for the donation. You're too kind. Which leads us to... Okay, Perpy, why are you donating all this money? You gotta stop. You're gonna go broke. Please, you don't have to do this. I just realized how much you donated. It's a lot. Anyway, let's get back to this. Slowly, I let down my fight, my muffled voice getting fainter and fainter. That's right. That's right. He encourages me. Nothing's going to happen to you. I promise. I'm going to let you go, but you have to stop screaming. Aw, Rannoch. I look at him, wide-eyed. He speaks slowly at me, enunciating every word in an odd fashion. If anyone finds out you're here... He gestures with a clawed finger towards his neck. Or, I was going to just...
Super chat.
He gestures with a clawed finger towards his neck, making an unmistakable slit mark. Oh boy. And as that happens, Perpy just says, shut up and take my money. Love you. Love you too, I guess. Love you as you know, you being my fan, like that. We're not going to go into any controversies that happened lately with fans and their, you know, like creators and their fans. Because there was one recently that I addressed on Twitter, and yeah. I'm not one to really even be that good at getting into relationships myself, and that is just a fine line I would take. Like, I have to get to know a person, like, personally before I ever consider any, like, romantic or whatever next steps. So, yeah, I'm not going to talk about it, but yeah, that wasn't mean to downplay Perpy. I totally appreciate the thing. It just made me think about that because it was a big creator and it was somebody that I followed, and oh God, I had to step away from them mentally and through my subscriptions. Anyway. He gestures with a clawed finger towards his neck, making an unmistakable slit mark. I guess he means I would be killed. Do you understand? Do you understand? I don't, but I am in no position to inquire further, so I simply close my eyes and take a deep breath. Good. It's okay. It's okay. His voice is oddly comforting, as if I heard it before. Let me fix this. Let me fix this. My mind tells me to run.
Super chat.
Damn it, Perpy, stop it! No, Perpy. Perpy donated another $5. Thank you, Perpy. You're being way too generous right now. Oh my goodness. You're gonna make me like in one day go over my like you're gonna make me go over my payment threshold like twice over by doing this. Speaking of which, I hit the mark like in December, but they're still like processing it, so supposedly starting in this month, I will be getting paid monthly according to hitting the threshold, I guess. Not sure if I take money out, if that cancels it or what the matter of that is, but not sure if it's once I hit it, then I constantly get paid as long as I'm getting like a consistent income. I don't know. But yeah, it's going to be really cool, man. Maybe if I keep the threshold at that amount. I don't know. Maybe I can make a living off of this. I don't know, man. But let me take my lame not gamer chair and kind of scoot in. But yes, my head tells me to run. However, my body is powerless. And I'm so powerless that I accidentally hit the preferences menu. I must trust him. There's no other choice. Besides, if he wanted to hurt me, he would have done so already. He removes the paw from my face, his furry fingers brushing the cloth fastened around it. I can see his claws carefully prick at the rim. I will take this off, but you must promise me that you won't scream. My eyes tear up as I watch his massive jaw open in rhythm of his words. I think it only now sinks in that those beasts indeed talk. You can't be serious. Come on, you can't be serious. The brute protests, looking at me with a murderous gaze, but the gray wolf ignores him. He looks expectantly at me, bringing a finger to his lips to emphasize that I need to stay quiet. I don't know why, but every time I look at Rannoch, it feels like it's the same, like it's almost nearly the same style as Haps's art style, but it's different enough that it's its own style. Like it's like I have deja vu when I see it, but it's still unique. Like every time I see it, it's always with Rannoch that makes me think that. It's like, how does Kael Tiger do that? Like Kael does the art for this and writes it, is the whole show for this, which is, God, more than I could ever do. I had to hire an artist because I was too lazy. But yeah, it's like their style is just, it's like, it's good. It's for some reason it just fits. Like if you put Adastra characters next to him, like they would still fit in this universe for some reason. Like I don't know why. It's just crazy, man. It's unique, but like similar at the same time. I don't know what I'm saying, but anyway. Yes, they even drew Amicus and Rannoch drinking together. I saw that one. I love that photo. Or I love that. Like they both did. Like I love both of their renditions of it. It's so awesome. But anyway, he looks expectantly at me, bringing a finger to his lips to emphasize that I need to stay quiet. Okay. I nod, closing my eyes. As he removes the cloth, pulling the bundle out of my mouth, I gasp in relief, tears flowing down my cheeks freely. When I try to catch my breath, the gray wolf inspects the material with which I was gagged, looking back at his companion with a disgusted expression. Is this my... Had to improvise. Or had to improvise. I'll work on it. The black wolf shrugs. I can't even contemplate the implication as my mind begins to spin out of control. What the fuck is going on? I ask myself in a pitiful squeak. The gray wolf looks to his companion. What language is that? Vanar or Freyr? What language is that? Or what language is that? Vanar or Freyr? How should I know? I don't speak human. I don't speak American. What are they talking about? I understand them perfectly. Great. How are we going to explain this to him after you brutalized the kid? I was being gentle. Explain what? I asked them without even thinking what I'm doing. Oh god, Volger has the absolute shit face, like, oh fuck. Oh my god, those eyes. Those pupils are so tiny. I asked them without even thinking about what I'm doing. I noticed both males looking at me wide-eyed, as if they've seen a ghost. For the first time, the black wolf shows an expression other than scorn. What is going on? The wolves briefly exchange gazes, looking back at me with the same surprise in their eyes. What? It speaks. It might just be a few words. The gray wolf shakes his head, looking to me for confirmation. The fitness gram pacer test is a multi-step aerobic capacity test. I would love if he just spouts that entire, monologue to them. It's just like, do I speak your language now? Oh, that would just be great. Right? I don't respond. My thoughts are spinning in complete confusion. And the gray wolf simply points to my legs. He has pee-pee. Hee. Human have pee-pee. I can just imagine him doing that. Let's get you untied. Let's get you untied, huh? I wouldn't do that. I ignore the brute and hastily nod to the gray wolf, desperately wanting to get out of this awkward position. I need him to trust us. How can he do that when he's tied up like a prisoner? He works his fingers around the knot, cursing underneath his breath. Fuck. Did you have to make it this tight? The other wolf only shrugs. I can't see much, but I feel the stinging of bruised skin as the rope finally loosens up. There we go. My legs stretch out almost on their own accord, the tension in my knees finally letting up. I sigh in relief. I think it was possible to feel, I didn't think it was possible to feel so good just stretching out like this.
Super chat.
Oh, Perpy donated another $5 saying, Dirk Senpai, did you get a new mic? I got this one for my birthday, and yeah, I've had it since my birthday, so I've had it for about a month now. Yeah, it's more in view now, so now you guys can actually see it. It's actually stacked on top of 3 books, which I'm shaking around right now. 3 books, and they're called Introduction to Smooth Manifolds, Lie Groups, Lie Algebras, and Representations. And there's 2 of that one. They're from the sub-leasee that moved out. And they didn't take their books with them, and they're just like, sell them if you feel like. And I still can't sell them, despite putting them on eBay for months. Oh, God, I just want somebody to get these books off my hands. But they make for some good stands. Plus, for for good headrests. Dirk is done now. He'd be like, "Give me the money," and then I tried to stop you. Shrugs with smirk. But unless they leave, there'll only be more wolves. Yeah. Hey Dirk, how are you? I'm doing well. Any other things that I missed? Yes, next part will be fun, I bet. I'm so excited for the future of this VN. Same here. I'm gonna try and like rally through it like ASAP, like in another day, but I'm gonna try and finish this like day one and then at least have dinner and like take a break, because I don't want to just run myself dry with this if I'm like hungry. But yeah, anyway. God, looking at the Rannoch screen, or look at the small screen, like the one with Rannoch and Vulgar on my Streamlabs, they have lighter coloring, but I like that version of it better than the one on the big screen. Yeah, still the big screen one looks pretty decent. Anyway, let me get back to the reading. I'm getting distracted. One last thing. Yes, Tennis Ace is going to be the thing I'm going to stream after this tonight or tomorrow. That's why I don't want to like binge this. Like, otherwise I'll just get too tired and it'll be like 10 hours of me streaming and I'll be hungry and starving. I kind of already am hungry. But yeah. After this, I plan on doing Tennis Ace. And then finishing off the rest of the Far Beyond the World, like, updates or whatnot, so I'm caught up. Anyway, back to the reading. Right. I need to turn you on your back. He circles the air with his finger, letting me know what he intends to do. I just nod. Please don't do anything stupid. What could I possibly do with two monsters hulking over me? Why is this not my reality? I allow myself to be rolled over, and I feel as the gray wolf walks onto the bed and mounts my back. His voice is tinged with embarrassment as I grunt under his weight. Sorry, just a precaution. He squats on my butt, his muscular legs to either side of my torso squeezing slightly to hold me fast. I guess he does not trust me to stay still. It takes him a while to undo the knot, but when he's finally done, I feel the blood rush to my hands. I try to push myself up, to force some life into my numb limbs, but I feel a giant paw pressing against my naked back with leathery pads. Don't make me regret this. He whispers the words into my ear, and his cautious tone completely throws me off. Okay, I'm not the dangerous one here. Not wanting to startle him, I stay still until he gets off me, turning back to face them only when I feel his weight disappear. His paw slides off my back, but he keeps hovering over me, his form dwarfing mine. I'm calm enough to finally have a proper look at him. His fur is gray, but with slight brown tint to it. I rub my stinging wrists, tracing the red marks where the ropes held me. I do that more out of contemplation rather than actual pain. Everything is so confusing and absurd, yet feels so real. You okay? Am I? I don't know. I'm feeling kind of lightheaded from not eating. Oh, frick. I continue to the next line. I adjust myself in bed, trying to rise slightly, so that the wolfman doesn't hover above me in such an awkward fashion. His eyes are kind and show that a caring person behind the mask of a wild beast. A stark contrast to his musculature and burly build. not to mention his black companion. We're not going to address that. I'm sitting in this strange room, surrounded by talking wolves. If this is not a dream, then I must be insane. Seriously, you did a number on this poor kid. The gray wolf eyes out my neck, causing me to immediately touch it. I wince in pain, drawing air through my teeth. My throat hurts, and clearly doesn't want to be touched. Gaining his trust will take a fucking miracle now. He throws an angry stare back to the black male, who simply raises a brow. His trust? What about us? He could be dangerous. Don't be ridiculous. He's tiny and obviously frightened. How dangerous could he possibly be? I'm not sure if I'm frightened anymore. My emotions are running riot and I have no idea what I'm actually feeling now. I just sit there, unsure of what to do. The gray wolf's demeanor is quite disarming. His kind eyes and soothing voice allow me to calm the torrent in my head ever so slightly. Between him and the black brute, he genuinely doesn't seem to wish me harm. I resume rubbing my wrists, and the gray wolf notices that, his big paw reaching out to them. As he is about to touch me, I clasp his paw with both hands and bringing it close to my face so that I can have a better look. It is soft to the touch, and the fur kempt and having a vague scent of the forest. I turn the paw to reveal its underside, with 6 distinct leathery pads. They are dark brown and surprisingly supple, more akin to the skin than what I initially thought. I trace my finger from his palm up to the dull tip of his middle claw. This is so surreal. Before I let go of his paw, I ruffle the fur around his wrist, trying to find where there might be some sort of partition in the costume. I find nothing, gazing at the muzzle of the wolf.
Super chat.
Dumbfounded. And I am dumbfounded that Perby donated another $5 saying, I know what I'm feeling. I'm not saying that word. Speaking of feelings, I feel hungry and I'm just going to grab something quickly. Take 5, everybody. We're going to do a quick little break as I get a snack and put it next to me that I can munch on in between bits and whatnot. So 1 hour and 22 or 23, whatever minutes. Anyway, I'll be back in a sec. I have taco flavored Doritos in case there's any ellipses. To continue the tradition of the FBN Shin channel, and even though these are not spicy Doritos, I will have a Dorito every time there's an ellipses. But other snacks, I just have my chips here. I could probably get my goldfish if I really wanted to. So I'm just going to mute this and let the chat go wild. So I'm going to also kind of do the other screen. So, all right, I'm gonna eat right now. So, be back in a sec. Alright, guys, I'm going to take a sip of my water. And I'm back. Kael just joined the chat, and hi, Kael. And then Perpy donated $5 multiple times. First time saying, Kael, 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 it's me, Purple. Or me, Perpy, hi. And then Perpy donated another 5 saying, everyone, the creator of this VN plus Lied are on in this stream. Oh my FG. Oh my freaking God, I'm too sweaty. Or I'm so sweaty. Either way, oh my goodness, this chat is just living it up because of this. Man, you guys are going crazy. But yeah, it's great to have both you guys here. Sorry I was taking a break. The break is going to end at 1:30. I should have put a set time for when I was going to stop. That's my bad. But yeah. The thing that I was mentioning earlier about the taco flavored Doritos. I'm not going to have them now. I'm just showing you guys. But yes, taco flavored Doritos. Anytime there's an ellipses, I'm going to eat one. So, Kael, there better not be any ellipses. Otherwise, I'll have to wipe my fingers constantly so I don't get Dorito dust on my keyboard. Sorry? I'm being very rude and picking my teeth on camera. I just have very, grooved teeth, I guess. Perpy donated another $5 saying, shout out to the fabulous and talented Lied and Kael. No offense, Dirk, you're lovely too. You're amazing, love. Yeah. I agree with you. No, I totally don't take it as offense, but yeah, they're both amazing people. Totally recommend their stuff. Definitely give them the love. Anyway, I should get back to the reading. I've kept you guys waiting for too long, and I'll change the time step to 1:32. Oh, I hit the wrong button. There we go.
Super chat.
All right. Another. Oh no, wait. Yeah, that's the super chat mentioned earlier. But yeah, within the break, Perpy donated 3 times, $5 each, but 3 times. Holy crap! This is insane. Here we go. Back to the reading. So, Kael, you pretty much missed everything coming up to the. We just passed the underwear scene, so yeah. Yeah, there we go. Just had to make sure my mouse was on the right thing. So, I find nothing, gazing at the muzzle of the wolf, dumbfounded. Why would I even think it's a costume? God, I can't help myself but reach out and touch his chest. Perv. Despite the fur, I can clearly see defined muscles. I carefully brush away around a round necklace. Its stone is white, but otherwise, it looks similar to the one the black wolf wears. I sink my fingers into the fur, and I'm immediately met with contrasting sensations. The softness of the coat, and the rock-hard pecs beneath it. Somebody was a bit thirsty when they were writing this. Anyway, his chest expands heavily with each breath, while I move my hand from one breast to the other, completely mesmerized. He is so warm. I can't believe my senses. This can't possibly be real. Ahem. He clears his throat, looking as confused as I am. My eyes and hands drift to his snout, but I stop short from touching him. He looks at me with slight surprise, but as he notices my hesitation, he pushes his muzzle into my open palm. His nose is wet and warm, like I'd expect a wolf's nose to be.
What are you doing? Don't let... I want him to feel at ease.
The gray wolf extends his paw towards his companion in a calming manner, letting him know to leave me be. I am completely lost in my own thoughts as my hand wanders the length of his muzzle, all the way down to his cheeks. Or all the way up to his cheeks. Depends on which ones. I groom his side fluff, realizing how soft and pleasant the gray fur is. As I caress his face, he rests his head into my hands, looking almost cute and innocent. I hear soft thumping of his tail against the bed. Oh, he's enjoying my attention, but I'm not really petting him. I'm simply trying to convince myself that he's not an illusion. Finally, I venture lower, to his mouth, fueled by this exploring frenzy. I almost touch his lips when I hear a soft growl from the black wolf.
Careful now. He used to chew on his toys.
I blink, pulling my hand back. What am I doing? I was about to foolishly stick my fingers into a wolf's maw. I grimace in discomfort, but the gray male simply smiles at me. Any thought of harm quickly disappears from my mind, but another troubling realization takes its place. He's real. You're a wolf. I try to keep a straight face as I say those ridiculous words.
Yes, and you're a human.
He touches my shoulder with his paws, his words still annoyingly slow and steady. I finally realize what it is that bothers me about it. He talks to me as if I were either stupid or a child. And since I'm not a child, feeling patronized, not Patreonized. Terrible joke by Dirk. Feeling patronized, I finally snap out of the stupor and brush his paw away. Okay, where the hell am I? Who are you people? The two wolves exchange confused looks, this time both their expressions turning.
What were you saying? That's more than just a few words.
The brute is clearly upset that I can speak, and it only fuels my frustration.
Can you understand us?
Yes, of course I can! What is this place?
This is my home. This is my home.
Okay, why am I here? Did you kidnap me?
What? No, I found you. How did it learn our language? There's not a hint of accent. There's not a hint of an accent. It's as if it were born and raised here.
The Black Wolf's Inquisition, instead of the Black Wolf's Spanish Inquisition, into my linguistic skills finally pissed me off. What are you talking about? I'm not speaking your language. You are speaking mine.
You were raised speaking Wolven? Yeah, right. Someone shaved his ugliest pup and abandoned it in the woods.
Speak Wolven? As in what? Growling and howling? I am so confused. Oh, it's like Amicus being confused by our own language. When Amicus and Rannoch have the same feelings about their language being made fun of. But I am so confused. I cannot hear this woven language that they insist I'm using. I don't know what you two are talking about, but this is my language. Always has been.
You're either a spy or a fucking lunatic.
I'm neither, you dumb beast! I spit out in anger, causing the black wolf to snarl viciously, his fur bristling. I quickly regret doing that, as I could see the black monster tense up, ready to give me another thrashing.
Shut up, both of you!
The gray wolf looks back at me with slight annoyance.
I thought you said you can understand us. So, which part of being killed, if discovered, didn't you get?
He gives me a stern look, and I cool down a bit. Talking back to either of them is not the best idea.
We need to keep quiet.
Why? What's going on?
You shouldn't be here. I'll explain everything, but for the time being, please trust me.
That feels like a stretch. However, I don't seem to have any other options. Read the ending punctuation, then speak, Dirk.
Okay, fine.
I keep looking at my monitor thinking the camera's up there for some reason. I concede through a sigh. But I just don't understand anything that's going on here.
How are you speaking our language?
This language is what I know. What I've always known.
We heard you speak something else, though. I don't know what you said, but it wasn't woven.
Wait, what? No, that's not right. I only know how to speak one language, and that's American. I don't remember speaking or thinking in any other language.
I really need you to help me out here.
The gray wolf looks at me worried, hastily sitting down on the bed and reaching for my hand. I flinch, startled by the beast's movements and proximity, managing to retreat my hand before the paw lands on it. I cradle it near my chest, making the wolf aware I am not okay with him touching me. I may be a little hypocritical, considering I took full liberty in touching him. But the thought quickly disappears with another bizarre question.
Do you speak Tigerian, perhaps?
Tigerian? Okay, I scoff, almost mocking the gray wolf. As in tigers? You're saying there's talking tigers out there? The wolf's eyes wander off in annoyance, as if he wants me to just make my jaded point already. Hey, what else? Elephants. Ooh, I bet their language is what? Elephantine? I finally lose it and I'm unable to contain a chuckle.
The human is fluent in our language and even cracks jokes. Oh, this whole mess just went from bad to worse. What are we going to do now? Or what are we going to do now? I don't know.
My thoughts begin to wander off to the world outside of this room. Where the hell am I?
That's exactly my point. You never think these things through. Your father will. He doesn't have to know. Have you also gone mad? It's that thing contagious? At least for now, let's keep my father out of it. I need to find a way to present this in the least controversial way. How do you want to do that? Roll the human in honey and cover him with fur?
What are they even talking about?
Obviously not. No, that's a relief because it's not crazier than smuggling the human here in the first place. I don't know why I allowed you to rope me into this.
I just look between the two wolves arguing, still none the wiser. Can someone please explain to me what's going on? I find myself barking out in annoyance. The gray wolf looks at me surprised, and then sighs.
I guess this is where we introduce ourselves.
He straightens up, pumping up his chest. It's clear he's trying to be presentable, as if it'll make any difference to me.
Don't. My name is Rannoch.
He speaks slowly, which I did not do, deepening his voice like some guys do when they try to impress.
And this is Volgar. Is it Volgar? And this is Volgar.
He notices my reluctant gaze towards the other wolf and laughs awkwardly, the self-important image dissipating almost instantly. God, why is Volgar such a... God, why do I like him so much? Why do I have to simp over Volgar?
Don't mind him. Despite his demeanor, he's a good friend.
A friend? He almost killed me! I shout out, glaring at the black male with hatred in my eyes. I could still see him hovering above me, choking me until I pass out. Rannoch frantically shushes me, pushing his finger against his lips.
If I wanted you dead, do you think you'd still be here bitching about it, little piggy?
A soft growl follows the wolf's words, but he cuts it off as Rannoch gives him a stern look.
What he did was a bit harsh, but in truth, he saved your life.
What are you talking about? He nearly choked the life out of me.
If anyone would find you here, you would be killed.
His voice tries to convey the gravity of the situation, but I'm at a loss. You keep saying that, but don't explain why.
We don't allow otherkin into our forest. Trespassing is forbidden and punishable by death.
What the hell are otherkin?
You, for one, little piggy. It is a term for any intelligent species other than your own. You're an otherkin to us, just as we are otherkin to you.
I shake my head slightly, trying to comprehend what he's saying. Hold on. You really mean that there are more talking beasts out there?
Either it's kidding, or there's something wrong with it. You don't remember?
The gray wolf looks at me pleadingly, as if asking to end whatever game I'm playing. I think I would remember living in a world inhabited by talking animals. What the heck? You missed a good 20 ellipses. Wait, where? I meant when the whole sentence is when it's just an ellipse by itself. Like not when it's like in a sentence or whatever, when it's just by itself and it appears. But yeah, I get the sentiment. Rannoch's brow narrows. Rannoch's brow narrows, showing he has taken offense at my comment.
We're as much talking animals as you are a talking chimp. I'd say he looks more like a talking piece of would-be ham.
Now I'm the one offended. Okay, stop calling me it! I have a name!
Well, you didn't give it to us. No, don't ask its name.
Rannoch huffs with a cheeky smile, allowing one vein to perk out. He's making a good point, and I decide to ignore the Black Wolf's protests. It's... Wait, what the frick's my name? Wait, am I allowed to type my name here? Wait, I can't go back. Frick! I don't remember.
Well,
Seriously, I can't go back. Oh, I probably have to be on the screen up here. No. Yeah, I can. Okay, I can go back. Okay. I don't remember.
Well, we have to call you something. No, we don't.
The Black Wolf growls in annoyance, but Rannoch completely ignores it.
How about a nickname?
Sure, I guess. The wolf looks at me intensely for a moment.
How about Pink?
Oh, God. That is awful. I furrow my brow, not even entertaining the idea. I'm not pink. Rannoch looks at me with a rather challenging smile.
Kaelin, then?
He winks and I roll my eyes. Of course he's going to call me tiny. Wait, how do I know it means tiny?
No, don't name it.
Seeing Vulgar's annoyance makes me snicker and it seals the deal. And just like that, it rolls off my tongue. Kaelin. It's strange to hear it out loud, but it also feels right.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Kaelin, good. We're getting somewhere.
The Grey Wolf smiles, ruffling my hair. I consider swatting his paw away, but his kind expression convinces me to simply ignore his forwardness.
What we're getting in is some very deep shit.
I flinch, seeing the Black Wolf look at me with his cold eyes.
We need to kill it.
I freeze, seeing the wolf is not choking.
What?
Rannoch jumps to his feet, shielding me with his body, his reaction pushing me further into paralysis.
We need to get rid of this freak before anyone finds out. Sheltering in another kin is one thing, but having it speak our language is deadly serious. We need to kill it. We are not doing that.
Rannoch raises his voice, causing me to wince. Their bodies tense up, and I can see their every muscle straining.
Rannoch, be reasonable. There is no way you can spin this. We can be banished. I don't care.
My heart skips a beat, and as I hear Rannoch issue a powerful snarl. I cannot see his expression, but I'm sure it mirrors that of the black male who bares his fangs in a vicious, almost feral way. Both wolves hold their paws close to their chest, with fingers feathered out in anticipation.
I cannot stand by you while you're making your biggest mistake of your life. This is not a mistake. This is destiny. Verissa...
Oh, here it is, the fighting scene. Without a warning, Volgar rushes my defender and they clash few steps away from the bed, heads butting and paws interlocking.
Verissa huffs incense and eats hallucinogenic mushrooms. She's not speaking with our ancestors. You know that.
I cannot avert my gaze from this spectacle, partially because I'm frozen, but also because my life depends on the result. I half expect them to thrash about biting each other, but instead, they stay locked like this.
What I know is that Mother Moon guided me to this human, just like Verissa said she would. She said you would find your purpose. The ceremony is just a tradition. You were meant to reflect on life by observing falling leaves or sunset, not break our sacred laws for a fucking human.
I hear their strained puffs as they wrestle with each other in place. Despite how vicious they sound, growling or snarling, I could see they're not really fighting, but rather trying to overpower one another.
The human spoke my name.
Rannoch struggles with the words through a grunt as Volgar twists his paws back, forcing the gray wolf to one knee. He is losing.
Has it occurred to you that since a human speaks our language, he might have simply read it?
What is he even talking about? Where would I have read Rannoch's name? I've never heard it before in my life.
Vol, you are my moon brother. I don't want to fight you. This is exactly why I have to fight you. You're about to fuck up your entire lives.
Volgar's gaze drifts towards me, his red eyes piercing through my flesh. He knows he will soon have his way. Their labored snarls and growls begin to send me over the edge, and I know another panic attack is fast approaching. I close my eyes, huddling myself and slowly rocking back and forth like a traumatized child. I don't think anymore. I just want it all to stop. Stop it! Please! Everything goes silent as I cry out through tears. Just stop!
Kaelin!
The mattress jumps up as the wolf's weight lands on it. I open my eyes to see the gray wolf splayed out in front of me. Volgar must have used my cry as a distraction to throw Rannoch back. I glare at the brute approaching us, and without even thinking, I shield Rannoch with my own body. Please, don't fight over me! I don't understand what I've done wrong!
You've done nothing wrong.
I feel Rannoch embrace me as he pulls me to the side, covering me with his flank and reversing our positions. Now, he's the one protecting me. Rannoch eyes the black male with wild determination, and his muzzle twists in a warning snarl. Volgar stops, folding his arms and looking down at us with mild contempt. As I stay in the gray wolf's embrace, clinging to his fur. Bunny Boy says to go back to the good part. Do you want me to go back and read the underwear scene again? You perv. Just double checking and see if any other mentions from Kael Tiger before. Wondering if they left because I was on too long of a break. Whatever. Anyway, back to the reading. In a second. Oh no, they just said something like long ago. Anyway. Back to the reading. No, there's a decision that you trust the Black Wolf and he will trust you back. I didn't get that decision yet, but I just came here to see Dirk be honest. Aw, thanks. So, let me just roll back. Volgar stops, folding his arms and looking down at us with mild contempt, as I stay in the Grey Wolf's embrace, clinging to this fur. I just want to be close to someone. Rannoch readjusts us slightly, sitting up at the edge of the bed with me still pressed into his chest, my side resting in his lip.
For fuck's sake. I won't let you harm the human.
He hugs me tightly, issuing another protective growl. There is a moment of silence while I simply fall deeper and deeper into despair. Why is any of this happening to me?
Nothing is ever easy with you, is it?
Volgar makes a long, drawn-out sigh, as if releasing all the tension he's built up to this moment.
I'm not like you. I don't solve my problems through violence and killing. Oh, pity. You should try it sometime.
Rannoch allows me another moment of warmth, but then gently pushes me away from his chest. I just sit there, not really present, watching as he clumsily gets back up to his feet. The wolves are now standing side by side, almost as if nothing really happened.
It's okay. We're doing fighting. No, it's okay. We're done fighting.
He's trying to get me to compose myself, but I'm already far gone.
I'm sorry you had to see that. It's not exactly how I envisioned our introduction.
I don't understand what's going on. Why am I here? And who are these monsters? Why can't I remember anything? Is this really the world I was born into? If so, why does it feel so alien? As if my instincts are telling me this is not home.
Shh. It's okay.
The Grey Wolf lowers himself to get closer, and I close my eyes, huddling tightly to the wall. My heart throbs with a torrent of questions that slowly overwhelms me. I hug my knees, pressing them into my chest. The adrenaline rush pumped by my palpitating heart is the only reason why I don't break up in tears. Everything is just a blur, and although I can still hear them, nothing really registers. Not consciously, at least.
Its heart is fluttering like a startled bird in a cage. Messes with my instincts.
I open my eyes, looking at them as they stare me down intensely. It only empowers the erratic pounding in my chest. I can't breathe.
Yep, there it is. Undeniable, go for the throat feel.
The words stick out like a sore thumb, freezing me up in fear.
Shut up!
The kind wolf snorts at his friend and hunches next to me, leaning in closer. He's obviously trying to comfort me, but I can't help but notice his fangs poking out.
Humph. You feel it too. Don't deny it. I can see you're all tensed up.
That statement makes me notice how Rannoch's fur is standing up ever so slightly, his body barely containing some subconscious exhilaration. I flinch away from his gray paw, but the wolf persists. I run out of the room to recede into, as he gently takes hold of my chin and guides my gaze back towards his. I meet his docile smile with caution. The world is still distorted by the adrenaline haze.
Calm down. No one's going to hurt you.
I don't feel that's entirely true. Recalling back to what the Black Wolf said just a moment ago. Go for the throw. I cut off, shielding my neck with a hand.
Don't listen to him. Your racing heart is just messing with our heads a little.
He admits with slight embarrassment as his paw touches my shoulder.
Just an uneasy feeling. Nothing we would lose control over. I'm more worried that you're going to have a heart attack.
The gray wolf squeezes my shoulder slightly, as if trying to pull me back from my fit of terror. He then takes a long inhale, his nose close enough to draw strands of hair in his direction. Or my hair in his direction, sorry.
Breathe in.
Sorry, I thought I was gonna yawn. Yeah. He holds his breath for a moment, and without realizing, I do as he instructs.
And breathe out.
I chuckle as a large huff of air brushes over me.
That's it.
My heart regains a bit of its rhythm. I am unsure how I feel about those beastmen's ability to sense my heartbeat, but for the moment, it seems to allow Rannoch to guide me back from the panic attack. His gestures and words somehow match my pulse, as he squeezes me gently with every thump inside my chest, almost as if giving cues to my startled heart. Finally, I'm back to normal. Or at least a semblance of it. The wolf keeps a paw on my shoulder for a little while longer, still squeezing in rhythm.
Welcome back.
Welcome back. He smiles again, certain I have calmed down. Only now does he let me go to face his comrade.
I know it's a lot to ask of you, but could you stop freaking him out?
Vulgar grimaces, his arms still crossed as he drills his cold gaze into me. I can't help but flinch at the sight of him eyeing me out. To me, he's fear incarnate.
I think it's far too late for that. Look, I'll fix this.
Rannoch draws my gaze towards him as he points to the white, round necklace on his chest.
See this? Those are our moonstones. Every wolf is given them at birth to represent the phase of a luna when we came to the world.
Full moon?
Yes.
He smiles.
I was born during a full moon, an auspicious sign for sure. So was he, actually, just an hour earlier, which
makes us moon brothers. I look to the similar necklace on Volgar's chest. His stone, however, is black. I'm confused about that. Like, how would you be able to tell if it wasn't a full moon? Like, if it was only a half moon or like a crescent moon or a waning moon or whatever the terms are? Like, how would you be able to tell the difference? Like, would it be like a dark black for the dark sky to show the difference? I don't know. They just look like pretty circles to me. Very pretty circles. His stone, however, is black. For some unknown reason, it keeps unsettling me ever since I first saw it. Black stone. I say it with a worried expression, almost as if repeating someone. Oh, Kael is here. I haven't left, just enjoying the read-through. Aw, thanks, Kael. I was nervous that I scared you off with the break or whatever because I spent a bit longer and I didn't plan out the break. I was just really hungry. But yeah, I should be here for the rest of the stream because it's my own stream. Yeah. Anyway. I say with a worried expression, almost as if repeating someone.
He was born during an eclipse, something we call dark moon. These necklaces are the most valuable possession we have. What are you doing? Explaining to him the significance, so that he can understand what I'm about to ask. No.
Volgar's just like, I ain't having it. No. Whatever is being discussed is causing the black male a great deal of discomfort. Oh god, the worst part is I know the whole story about this, and it hurts, and I'm really scared to read that part because it hits a bit close to home with my own family in a similar fashion, but oh my goodness. Oh god, that's going to be crazy once we get to it. Whatever is being discussed is causing the black male a great deal of discomfort.
Vol, I want you to swear. You're fucking insane! I won't do it!
The black wolf snarls, causing me to shudder.
Swear on your moonstone that you won't harm Kaelin. You want me to do that for a human? I want you to do it for me, as your moon brother.
I dart my eyes between Rannoch's pleading expression and Volgar gritting his teeth. This request causes him great deal of pain. I can clearly see that the wolf is not taking this lightly. Without warning, Volgar punches the wall next to the bed, causing me to yelp. The entire house shakes as the plaster cracks, bits and pieces of it falling to the ground.
This is fucking bullshit.
I wouldn't want to be on the receiving end of that punch. The strength of this beast made perfectly clear. He wasn't bluffing when he claimed he was being gentle with me. He could snap me like a twig. God. Why must I simp over him when he's so frightening?
Vol, please.
The black wolf's rattled breath fills the room for a few moments as the growl deep inside his chest begins to subside. Finally, he releases a long-drawn sigh and looks at Rannoch, fully composed. His red eyes drift to me, and I could see his massive paw touch the rims of his black necklace.
On my moonstone, I swear I won't harm your little piglet. Thank you.
The gray wolf turns to face me with a smile.
See? He will never harm you again. You can be certain of it.
We'll get to that.
He might be cynical and a bit rough around the edges, but he's the most honorable wolf I know.
I do actually believe him. I could see that getting the promise out of the Black Wolf was not easy. Regardless, I will still feel anxious around him, but at least I know there's no immediate danger.
Your father will not Your father will not swallow this lightly. We're looking at an exile. If my father hasn't banished me so far, I doubt this will make any difference. And if it does, I've had it long coming.
Sounds like Rannoch gets in trouble a lot. I'm not sure if his self-awareness should be commended or not, considering he keeps causing more trouble. Then again, in this instance, I'm glad as so far it seems he saved my life. Somehow.
Are you really willing to risk everything over this puny human? The spirits wanted me to find him.
I could see Volgar roll his eyes.
Now that we know he speaks our language, I am more certain of it than before.
He looks at me with a hopeful smile, his voice filled with conviction.
What would our ancestors even want with a human whelp?
Good question.
I don't know. I don't know. But all will be revealed in time.
I still don't understand how I fall into all of this. You said that you found me. Where? How? Rannoch regards me with worry, uncertain if he should ever reveal it or not. That's when Volgar spares him the dilemma.
He found you in our forest, some distance from our village.
I nod to the Black Wolf in appreciation. You mentioned some sort of ceremony that you sent back there? I look to Rannoch expectantly.
It was my coming of age. I was to receive guidance from the ancestors, to find my path. And the fool mistook you for it.
The Black Wolf sneers while Rannoch looks away, slightly embarrassed. What does that mean? The Grey Wolf seems troubled, and it makes me think that this previous confidence was completely unfounded. However, he quickly looks back at me with a smile on his muzzle.
Don't worry about it now. Or don't worry about that now.
That's a non-answer.
Just know that our fates are intertwined. The spirits have charged me with protecting you. You speaking our language only proves that us crossing paths during my ceremony was not a coincidence. For you, hardly anything is.
Cynical as Volgar may be, I can see his point. Rannoch is completely into the idea of this whole mess being fated, but whatever his beliefs are, signs can always be misinterpreted. Not referring to anything going on in our real world right now, and how people misinterpret news, but whatever. I get too political on Twitter, but that's a good thing, because it's good to be aware. I don't do it on my YouTube channel because These are just me chilling and reading. It would really take a huge turn if I went political. So anyway, I am not a path, whatever that means. I don't even know who I am. What could I possibly have to do with that wolf's fate? Am I really speaking your... I pause for a moment, still not understanding the implication. Your language. Am I barking and growling without even realizing? Sorry, I wasn't sure if my audio was broken or on the Streamlabs. Sorry. Anyway, continuing. Have I gone completely mad?
You really don't hear it. You really don't hear it.
The Black Wolf's expression shows that he finally starts to believe me. No, it's as natural to me as if I were born into it.
Surely you know your own language.
The Grey Wolf smiles awkwardly, almost as if begging me to really think about it. But this is my own language.
You must speak human, whatever dialect you call it back home.
This is human. I cut off trying to really contextualize the words I'm using. Isn't it? Rannoch shakes his head.
You're confused, which is to be expected after what you've been through.
None of this makes any sense. Despite my mind being wiped clean, I know that talking beasts aren't normal. I know this isn't my home. A terrible feeling of being lost fills me, and my heart sinks. I want to go home. Rannoch's ears perk up.
Fine. That's exactly where I intend to take you. Just tell me where it is, and once you've rested, we'll be on our way.
He smiles, and his tone tells me he is genuinely meaning to do just that. But where is my home? I don't know. I don't remember. The answer clearly unsettles Rannoch, as he frowns with worry. Nothing comes to me when I try to think about anything before waking up here. My mind is just one empty void, and the more I try to explore it, the more uneasy I feel, as if something unpleasant lurked in the shadows. Finally, Volgar breaks the silence, looking at me intently.
What were you doing in the woods? Particularly our woods.
I don't know. I don't even remember being in the woods to begin with.
There's something you're not telling us.
I have told you everything. Why can't he see that I'm the one in distress? Regardless of what trouble they claim they've gotten themselves into, I am the one lost and completely baffled by my own existence. But I can see the Black Wolf who isn't satisfied. His red eyes looking at me with distrust. I finally snap. I don't know what happened to me. All I remember is waking up in this fucking room and you then attacking me.
You were squealing like a dying pig. I had to shut you up. Otherwise, we'd be discovered.
You should have explained that to me.
I didn't know you spoke our language. And even if I did, you really think you would listen? I know when I see prey fighting for its life, You were far gone the moment you laid your eyes on me.
His tone is very much like mine, fed up and betraying a hint of hurt. Before we can escalate our argument, Rannoch steps between us.
Enough! This is getting us nowhere. We don't know who this human is or where he comes from.
I don't know that either. I mean, talking wolves, what is all this? I throw my arms out in resignation. This is complete and utter nonsense. Why can't they see I have nothing to gain from this? I lock my eyes with Volgar, who's the only one treating me like some sort of wild card. I arch my brows upwards, eyes getting glossy despite my efforts to not get emotional. You've hurt me. You wanted to kill me. How can you think I asked for any of this? The Black Wolf's expression softens, almost as if for the first time he considered putting himself in my shoes. Eventually, he turns his gaze away with a deep sigh.
The human obviously suffered from some sort of trauma. Yes, you choking him certainly could be called that.
Rannoch scoffs in annoyance. No. I shake my head. I mean, yes, that is going to stay with me for a while, but I didn't remember anything before he attacked me. As traumatic as the encounter was, my problems started much earlier. I shudder, sensing some sort of darkness deep in the recesses of my memory, almost preventing me from digging any deeper. It's almost as if the darkness consumed all that made up who I was. There are no memories of anything before this day. I can't remember my parents or friends. I feel warmth trickling down my cheeks as I start to realize I might as well be an orphan. I can't even remember a single other human. I know I am one, but I cannot even picture it. What do I even look like? What am the sky? How does eat food? I regard my hands and feet, then glance around the room. Do you have a mirror? Only after asking do I realize I know what a mirror is. My memory loss seems to have been very selective and restricted to anything directly linked to my past. Volgar looks at me with one brow risen, while Rannoch smiles apologetically.
Sorry. I don't have such luxuries.
Luxuries? Despite lacking any context, I know that mirrors aren't that. Excuse me. That's when I hear a metallic cling. Both me and Rannoch gaze towards Volgar, who has unsheathed a long dagger. He approaches us casually while I see Rannoch's hackles raising. Suddenly, everything goes black for a moment, and time freezes. A faint whisper fills my mind. I don't know where it's coming from, and I don't recognize it either. His blade will taste your flesh. Although it penetrates my very soul with cold fear, my heart almost yells at me not to listen. It is a warning. Or is my frightened mind playing tricks on me? Volgar wouldn't hurt me after he made that promise. Would he? I'm gonna trust Volgar, of course. Volgar isn't... I like Volgar, even though he scares me to death. I like him. Trust Volgar. The gray male issues a warning growl towards his friend, but I find myself placing a hand on the back of his neck. The wolf twitches at the sensation, looking at me inquisitively. Although it feels counterintuitive, I rub his fur, letting him know that everything is fine. It's okay. I trust the black wolf. Despite my initial knee-jerk reaction, I realize what he wants to do. Oh my god, it's like Amicus paws. He got big Amicus paws. They big Amicus paws. They big paws. I want to pet them. I want to hold them. Ah! And just like that, Volgar kneels next to the bed, presenting me with the dagger resting across both of his paws. Sorry, I'll read that again. Presenting me with the dagger resting across both his paws. It's clear that he takes great pride in it. Almost as I can't read. It is clear he takes great pride in it, as it is polished to perfection, the glistening surface reflecting my image without a blemish. I reach to his paws, not to pick the blade. I trust the wolf to keep it steady, but to adjust the angle so that I can see myself clearer. I touch my lips, tracing them slowly as my eyes follow the mirrored gesture on the metallic surface. I feel up my cheekbones, then touch the tip of my nose, eyes fixed on the reflection. I ruffle my hair, pulling at stray strands of my fringe, pretty much exploring myself in the same fashion I was exploring Rannoch earlier. Without even noticing it, I've begun weeping again. 2 streaks of tears cut through my image, clearly visible in the blade. A strange sensation twists my stomach, as if I am seeing myself for the first time. My reflection is both strange and so familiar. I'm human. I am human. This is what humans are.
This is serious, Rannoch.
The Black Wolf says with a grim tone. Not that he had any semblance of levity before, but at least now he's not being insulting. For the first time, I can see him looking at me with an actual concern. Volgar stands up, sheathing his blade back behind his belt and looking to his friend.
If you insist on this foolishness, we should bring Varissa in.
Rannoch remains silent for a moment, as if weighing his options. I pull myself together, rubbing away stray tears. Who's Varissa?
The tribe's shaman. She's both a spiritual guide and a healer.
I'm glad the Grey Wolf clarifies that, because despite being... I can't speak. I'm glad the Grey Wolf clarifies that, because despite being vaguely familiar with the word, I am not sure what it fully entails. I can't even hit the buttons. I can't read. I can't hit the buttons. Next thing you know, I can't even sit in my own chair. Well, you said she's the one who sent you into the woods. Besides, she could help with my memory loss. I don't exactly feel myself since I don't exactly feel myself? Oh, I get the term. I don't exactly feel myself since I've woken up. I realized that if there were someone here who could give me medical attention, I'd rather have them check me up. Despite Rannoch's best intentions, he's clearly conflicted about something. And as calming and reassuring as he tries to be, he's no medic. Volgor looks at me with a smile and understanding.
At least the piglet can see some reason.
What I want to see is an end to this emotional roller coaster. Roller coaster? Those words that come to my mind. They have roller coasters in this world? Only some of you will get that. They make no sense. But at the same time, I understand them. I shake my head in frustration. God, what is going on? What
if she doesn't see it the way I do? Welcome to politics. What if she doesn't see it the way I do? If you claim this is what it was meant to be, Varissa is as much a part of it as you are. Besides, without her help, we're already fucked.
That's when my eyes drift to the Black Wolf, brows risen in confusion. You can keep saying we, but if it's Rannoch who found me, how did you get involved? I'm not suspicious or accusatory, simply curious. Just asking for a friend.
I went looking for the fool when he was gone too long.
Don't spiritual journeys take long? The Black Wolf covers his eyes in annoyance.
It's just a tradition. You're told to go into the woods, find a rabbit, eating moss, and realize we're all connected or some other crap.
Volgor nearly snarls in annoyance. I can sense he's not the one to believe in superstitions, and I find myself agreeing.
When it took him an entire night to return, I decided to look for him. And there he was, fiddling with a naked mole rat.
That's some interesting out of context wording. If you hate me so much, why didn't you just turn us in? Volgor's eyes widen as he looks at me with surprise, but only for a moment before he composes himself again.
I don't hate you, Piglet. You just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. Besides, Rannoch is my moon brother. I would never betray him.
Then you're a good friend. Aw, Volgor nods, as if me saying it made it any more valid.
Every time he gets into trouble, I have to be there to save his furry ass.
God, his voice is a bit tough on me. Oh God. I look up towards Rannoch with a slightly amused smile, noticing the wolf's embarrassment. Does he often find strange creatures in the woods? I don't know why I'm trying to break the tension, but both of the wolves look at me with surprise. We laugh it off.
No. This is a first.
No, wait. That's not Rannoch, it's Volgor again. I'm colorblind now.
No. This is a first. His ultimate fuck-up.
The blackmail jabs, but this time in a playful manner. Oh, Rannoch, Volgor smiling is nice. They're so sweet together. God, I love it. No. I smile, but find myself disagreeing with the big wolf. He saved a life. That's not a mistake. Whatever happened to me, if I weren't found, I surely would have died. If not from exposure, then some animal would have done it. I chuckle at the absurdity. A thought of a wild wolf comes immediately into my mind. The beast simply eating me alive while I'm unconscious. Yet here I am because a wolf man rescued me. Don't we all love it when big, sexy wolf hunks rescue you? Had he not found me, I would most likely be dead by now.
Most likely.
The black wolf tries to shrug indifferently, but there's almost a hint of discomfort in his voice. I look up at Rannoch, touching his paw. Thank you. I place all the gratitude into those words that I can muster. The wolf smiles, closing his eyes and nodding. Both of you. I smile at Volgor, to which he only shrugs.
Humph.
He looks away, but I can see his tail giving an idle flick.
Bring Verissa.
The black wolf nods in satisfaction and leaves the room.
Be careful, though. That sneaky piglet is quite proficient with combs.
Oh, Volgor. I almost choke on a chuckle, completely thrown off by the remark.
Combs?
Rannoch looks at me expectantly, clearly feeling left out from our inside joke. Never mind. I wave him away. As good as the joke was in the moment, I don't want to relive my first encounter with Volgor just yet. With the black wolf gone, an awkward silence falls over the room. But I don't mind. Somehow this gray wolf makes me feel safe and at ease. I sit quietly on the bed, looking at the bright afternoon outside the window, anxiously kneading the sheets. Rannoch keeps standing in his spot, not moving or saying anything. I can feel his gaze drill into me as he carefully inspects every inch of my body with a rather odd smile. What?
What?
You keep staring at me. Being called out, Rannoch turns his gaze to the side in embarrassment.
Well, I've never seen a human before.
Didn't you get a pretty good look when you found me? He still avoids facing me, the inside of his ears growing red.
No, you were unconscious. I only did what I had to save you.
I chuckle at his troubled reaction. I guess he took it the wrong way. If you've never seen a human before, how did you know I was one?
Well, we have stories.
Of humans?
Among many others. We know you have pink skin, almost no fur aside from the head, that sort of stuff.
I roll my eyes. Beige.
Huh?
My skin is beige. I'm not that white, guys. I'd have to stay out in the sun for quite a while to become... I'd have to stay out in the sun for a while to become pink. And humans can have a much darker complexion as well.
Is that so? I guess we just haven't dealt with those in the past.
Rannoch grins and we enter another awkward silence. The bright sun and distinctive smell of flowers make me think of spring, although that doesn't seem quite right to me. It's almost as if the seasons got mixed up somehow. However, cool air brushing over my naked body convinces me beyond doubt that this is indeed spring. I shiver slightly, reminded that I'm not wearing any clothes. Oh no! Why am I look down at my strange loincloth. almost naked. Where are my clothes?
I found you how the Mother Moon made you.
And this... I point to the material covering my groin.
I put that on for obvious reasons.
Right. My eyes widen in realization that this wolf had not only seen me naked, but also put on me what just as well could have been a diaper. Oh my goodness, that would be awkward. I feel my face burning red, heat rising to my cheeks. Thank you. I'm not sure if the notification went off just yet. Perpy donated $5 again, saying, Perpy is back. Great to see from you again.
Super chat.
There it is. It has a delay. Sometimes I feel like I miss it, but I guess not. But yeah, thanks, Perpy. I really appreciate it. Seriously. Like, you're really awesome for doing this and really going out of your way to do this. It's nice of you to do. Anyway, moving on. Thank you. I blurt out awkwardly. I could see the wolf pack up on my train of thought as he looks to the side with his ears folded back, but he quickly regains his composure. You're welcome. As much as I want to change the subject, I need to make sure I understand what he meant. So, I was passed out in the woods, but naked.
Pretty much.
He shrugs, clearly as uncomfortable with the topic as I am. I'm not sure why, but it's not like he was the one whisked away in the nude by a strapping wolf man. This is some first-class damsel in distress crap. Weird.
Yeah.
The wolf sits down on the bed, leaving some distance between us. We avoid looking at each other, although we both sneak a peek from time to time. I'm just gonna look for something on YouTube quickly. I'm just gonna look up Lide's channel just to see how long this update is. Just to see if I should stop early like this. Are all the days, quote unquote, I guess you can call them, like between when we wake up and fall asleep, are all those days like this long? Because man, I'm not sure. This is like gonna be like tennis days. I'm really gonna have to like allocate times for each one.
Super chat.
Oh, and the super chat came in. Another $5 from Perpy. Dirk, there is someone behind you. I'm watching you. Alright, so yeah, I'm just wondering, are they all this long? Because it might be like Tennis Ace where it should only do like one day at a time. Or, well, Tennis Ace is actually a bit, well, it's usually 2 days for Tennis Ace, but still. Yeah, it's like, yeah, I'm probably gonna have to like do each update like as a separate episode if they're all this long. They are super long. Oh dear God, I thought I was gonna binge this. Oh man, I'm not sure if I'm gonna be able to binge it so quickly. And okay, just wondering if I thought I saw Kael mention something, but nah. People have the similar looking logos. So wow. Even the latest update, according to Live, which I haven't watched, so I don't spoil it for myself, is almost 3 hours. And that's him just reading it straight through. I talk with you guys and take breaks at moments. Oh my goodness. Let me see. He has a playlist, I assume. View full playlist. Yeah, first one was about 2 hours and 17 minutes, so maybe I'm getting towards the end. And the two in the middle are gonna be relatively shorter, I guess, but still longer for me, like probably about this much. Yeah. So the next two updates seem to be a bit shorter in comparison, and then the fourth one's gonna be long again. So just making sure. Yeah. I want to separate them, but I just feel like I have to catch up. I don't want to like end up getting behind on the fifth update before that comes out. And I genuinely love the series. It's just, you know, I have my life. I have to do school and looking for internships, which I keep getting, which I need to start doing more of. All right, so let's get back to the reading. Just going through some blah blah blah. Okay, sorry, I was just a bit distracted there. Anyway, back to the reading. Andre. We avoid looking at each other, although we both sneak a peek from time to time. I can't understand what I was doing naked in the forest.
Super chat.
Perpy donated $20. Why? Why would you do that? That's a lot of money. This is for you, Shiro. Money, money, money. Activate trap card. Stimulus check attack. No, don't do this to your stimulus check. You need to save that. Put it in your savings, man. Like, you gotta save it. And wasn't it only like 600? Like, I thought it was only 600. Like, I need to double check that because I remember the $2,000 one being rejected. God, I'm gonna have to Google that. Now I'm getting more distracted. Yeah, it's facing delays for $600 checks. But we're not gonna talk about that now. If we had to divide that, think about it. $20 is $20 is like 3.33% of the entire stimulus check. You just donated 3.33% of your stimulus check. Why? Daddy, help me. I don't know what to do. Do I just ban him for giving me money? I'm so conflicted now. I love you all. Don't make me feel. Don't feel like not as loved just because somebody else donates money. Like, I love you all. I love that you all support me, even monetarily or not. Don't worry about it. Anyway. Oh my lord. Oh dear God. Perpy the cat
Super
donated
chat.
another $20 saying, Daft Punk, one more time. Oh no. Perpy, that's like 6.67% of your stimulus. No. Oh, hey Perpy, stop. You're gonna go broke doing this. Oh my God. I appreciate that you're doing this, but I don't want you to like compromise yourself if, you know, especially because money's limited and stimulus is limited too. Oh man. I should get back to the reading before I get even more distracted, but thank you for the donations though, Perpy. They're really nice of you to do. All right, so I can't understand what I was doing naked in the forest. It just doesn't sound like something I would do. It had to be someone else who did this to me, and it's an unsettling thought. Was I kidnapped? Mugged mugged and left for dead? Or maybe drugged and taken into the woods too? God, no. I shake my head. Oh. Perpy gave me another $10. I have $1.000 extra. Oh my god. Thank you, Perpy. You're just showering me with a ton of money. I don't want to say how much you gave me, but you gave me a ton of money, and I feel like that is a lot to do. I'm like, this is more money than I've ever made on my entire channel combined. You just donated more than I've ever made on my channel. That's insane. Perpy is was it bourgeois? Yeah, Perpy is bourgeois. Yeah, he is the what? It's not Is proletariat the term for fancy rich people, or is that the term that fancy people use to mock poor people? I don't know. I guess I'm not fancy enough to know. I gotta get going for now. See you, Garrett. Great seeing you here. And oh no, that was Garrett again. Sorry, I was looking at both chats. Oh my goodness. Anyway, I gotta keep going. Otherwise, I'm gonna get more distracted. And one last thing before I continue reading. Perpy donated another $5, saying, "You deserve it." Oh, thanks, Perpy. I'm honored that you would do this for me, though. It's like, as flustered as I am about it, I'm honored that you do this. It's just hard for me to figure out what to say when all this happens. Not used to being showered with this much praise, especially in sports, which definitely had a lack of for most of my career. Anyway, back to the reading. God, I shake my head. I don't even know, or I don't even want to entertain that idea. However, I cannot help but wonder how I ended up here. And where's my home? I must have a family somewhere. Someone who loves and cares about me. Someone who would be searching for me. Yep, Perpy is Mr. Beast confirmed. I had to say that before I kept reading. True. But nothing comes to my mind. Only this wolf. Without him, I would be completely alone here. And that's terrifying. I can hear his tail swish across the linen. He's either nervous or excited. His paw slides slowly across the bedding towards my leg. I try not to notice, curious what he is up to, until he pricks me with his dull claw. What are you doing? I scoff in amusement.
Sorry. This is all new to me. I'm simply curious. Didn't mean any offense. Oh, this is awkward.
He fidgets with his fingers, looking for in
Super chat.
I got another alert. I got an alert that's hold on. Yeah, there we go. I got another $5 from Perpy, who says, "Don't forget to shout out me on Discord after stream." I'll try and do that on Twitter also, but screw it, I'm gonna do it now while it's on our mind. But yeah, I'm not sure if I'm gonna. I'm not sure if there's like gonna be a reward for me to like just shout out people for monetization stuff like this, but oh goodness. What is happening? I just can't even process it. And in the VN chat, people are like, somebody just Somebody just read my visual novel. I'm getting more love. Somebody said they loved it. Sorry, I'm shouting out, Perpy. Wait, Perpy, do you have a Discord? Shiro, no, I'm not. I'm just money, 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 money. Another $5 donated. Oh, God. Oh, Kael's gotta go. Going to head off to bed. As it's nearly 5 a.m. Oh, my God, it's nearly 5 a.m. for you? But it was nice watching. Aw, thanks, Kael. It's great seeing you. Sorry we have different time zones and all. But yeah, have a good night. Or morning. Have a good sleep. That's how I feel about it.
Super chat.
I'm not sure if I'll do a reading of Ocean Avenue. And Bunny Boy says he loves my story. Oh, thank you. And... okay.
Super chat.
Okay. No more messaging. Alright, done with Discord. No Discord, go away. Sorry, I just had to upload. There we go. And then Perpy gives another $2 and says, no, he's mine. Oh my God. People are absolute bonkers at this point. And he donates another $2. This is the last time I'm going to read, and then I'm going to keep going. So please don't spam me with more money, Perpy. It's really nice of you to do, but I need to keep reading this. So, anyway. He growls in the second one, so he's like, no, he's mine. He growls. Anyway. He fidgets with his fingers, looking innocently at the window. Oh, this is the wrong site. That's the wrong page. No. It's fine. I guess.
Super chat.
Seems only fair after I felt you up. Oh, did I should have my headphones on so I can hear it. In case donations come in. Seems only fair after I felt you up.
Yeah, you took some liberties.
He smirks, giving me a side eye. Okay, then. I decide to move closer to him, pushing out my chest with a challenging smile. Let's get even. I gently tease him, watching him closely all the while. Rannoch looks at me with surprise in his eyes, but quickly smiles back, his tail wagging in obvious joy. He slowly reaches out his paw, hesitant to touch me outright. I think he doesn't want to come off as too eager, and I smirk, tilting my head a little in a "really" expression. He scoffs and finally musters the courage to make contact, touching my chest with his warm pads. I look down at his paw and I can't help but feel amazed. It easily covers both my breasts, really driving home how tiny I am compared to this guy. Rannoch grabs, or no, he doesn't grab me. Rannoch rubs me gently for a moment and then moves his paw up to my shoulder. It tickles, but I try to maintain my composure. Being touched like this is weird enough without me making it even weirder with girly giggles. I would be doing the same thing. You all would be too. Don't tell yourselves otherwise. If I'm really the first human he's ever met, then I know perfectly well how confusing and mesmerizing this has to be for him. After all, I lived through the same experience just a few moments ago.
You're quite something.
He mutters, sliding his fingertips along my arm.
Soft and fragile, your skin almost like parchment.
My skin ain't parchment soft. Let me just get that straight. Speaking of which, I do need a shave today. Thankfully, the light covers up my neckbeard. No one can see it. I furrow my brows at the comparison. But then again, I guess it's true. And compared to them, I'm quite fragile.
Aren't you cold?
He asks absent-mindedly while brushing his paw across my side. Another ticklish cramp shoots through my body. I can no longer rein in my instincts. I twist a hearty laugh, pushing his paw away. Stop! That tickles! Oh, God. If only that were real. I laugh, and then I cry. And then I laugh because I could go back to my imagination and imagine it. Remember that one time Yuki Kuki was live streaming 922 and the MC said that another character laughed like a schoolgirl with throat cancer? Oh, God. I'm thinking about the creator's name in our Discord, like the FVN server Discord. If you know, you know. Oh my God. I don't drink coffee. I drink yerba mate. I drink like those types of yerba mate drinks. Like they have different brands of them. Like one of them's like guayaki and others like yanchak, I think. But yeah, it's like a yerba mate type of drink. I'll do that in like tea form or just a regular juice form. Both are good to me. I have one left. I should probably go to the store and get more, but I just went to the grocery store the other day. Yep, life of the college student. Maybe those donations will help me afford groceries. But I have to probably donate, or well, actually no, that's my YouTube money. The Patreon money I have to split between my like co-workers, I guess, or project members for Ocean Avenue. Maybe I could give my artist and musician a little tip for being so awesome. Especially my artist right now. He's killing it. And he just showed me his previews for our second character, and oh boy, I'm loving it. I can't wait for him to get back to me about it and show what he's made from it, and for him to post it. I am not Yuki Kuki. Stop it. Please, no. I don't want to turn into Yuki Kuki and go into 20-minute tangents about random things. You can be funny, but I don't know. I just don't want to be easily as distractible, or I don't know. I don't have the personality as him. Like, I'm my own thing. I'm a bit more lax. Oh, that's so cool. He's the reason why I came to the furry community and the reason why I came to Cross Dirk. Oh, that's so sweet. Anyway, no more distractions. That tickles. Continuing on my imaginary tickle dream.
Oh?
He gasps in amusement.
Good to know.
But, yeah, I'm quite cold, actually. Do you have any shirts I could borrow? No, I am not doing it for you guys. You people, I am not doing it for you guys. Get your minds out of the gutter.
What's a shirt?
Rannoch grins awkwardly, pointing to his furry body. Right. I guess you have no need for any.
The only thing I could offer is my spare gambeson.
Is that how you say it, Gambeson?
But I doubt it would be comfortable.
He points to his padded quilt, and I have to agree. I'm not sure how I'd even wear that. I just need to cover my top, really. I sigh, looking around for something else to cover myself with. I settle for one of those blankets that lays on the bed, tugging at it. Rannoch stands up for a moment, allowing me to pull it out from underneath him. I wrap it around myself almost like a poncho, shielding my body from the draft. So, what do we do now? I ask, looking at the wolf with a risen brow.
We could talk. Get to know each other?
I shake my head. I meant this whole mess we found ourselves in.
Well, I think I'm responsible for returning you back to your people.
Whoever they may be. I shrug, knowing full well I have no idea where I would even return to. None of this feels right. Even if it seems fairly real, I have a nagging feeling that I don't even belong here. Almost as if it were just a dream. Something I just need to write out until I finally wake up.
Super chat.
Oh god, Perpy donated another $5 saying, "Can you give Rannoch an Australian accent?" Oh my god. This will be my third Australian accent if I do give it to him. Oof, I could try. I'm not sure if I'll like it, but I could try for a little bit. I'm gonna have to think about Janice now for my reference.
Your memories will return in time. I'm sure of it.
Something like that.
So, your memories will return in time. I'm sure of it.
Well, I'm not.
In the meantime, I just need to protect you.
Maybe? I don't know. I like the original, but I don't know. I'm not sure. Now I'm conflicted. Why would you do this to me, Perpy? And good night to, who's going to sleep? Shiro. Good night, Shiro. Sorry for all the fighting that went on, but we love you here. And get some good rest. All right. Yeah, I'm so split now. It's like, if I do the Australian accent, I'm not sure if it will fit. So cheeky with this, but oh god, so much better. No, I know I'm conflicted. What if I go back to the old one? It's just,
in the meantime, I just need to protect you.
But if I go back to the Australian accent, it's like this. It's gonna be like,
in the meantime, I just need to protect you.
Do you think Rannoch would be Australian? God, I don't know what to do.
Super chat.
I gotta keep with the consistency and
give him the more Amicus-like voice. I just need to protect you. In the meantime, I just need to protect you.
From what you two said earlier, that might be easier said than done.
That's where Vanessa, Jesus. That's where Verissa comes in. She's our shaman. If anyone can figure out how to sort this out, it's her.
Sort out how?
Well, I can't hide you in my home forever. Sooner or later, someone will sniff you out.
He frowns for a moment, but a confident smile quickly returns to a muzzle. Or to his muzzle, sorry. Okay, do what's comfortable. It's like I'm just split because they're both good, but I just read like 3 hours worth in the old voice. I might have to put this up to a poll for the next stream. I'm going to do that, actually, just to get your guys' opinion on it.
Super chat.
Anyway, thanks for the super chat again, though. It's another $5. Thank you, Verby. Very generous of you. He frowns for just a moment, but a confident smile quickly returns to his muzzle.
I just need to find an angle to present your case to our chief and ensure your... What is it called? Safety? I just need to find an angle to present your case to our chief and ensure your safety.
And what is my case?
That you have a right to sanctuary.
Meaning...
It's an ancient Sylvan law, preceding any of our Wilvan laws. It means that any gravely wounded creature shall be granted protection within our forest.
But I'm not wounded.
I'll fix that.
Like, we see just Volgord busting. He's like,
I'll fix that shit for you.
I glance over my body, checking both the torso and the sides. I cannot see my back, so I reach out with my hand trying to feel anything. At least not gravely. I'm sore, but my skin for the most part seems to be intact.
When I found you, I thought you were... And even now, although you're not physically hurt, it is clear that you suffered some sort of trauma.
If you found me naked, why would you think I was hurt? Rannoch winces at the question. This doesn't bid well. Rannoch? He remains silent, clearly struggling with the answer, and my voice fills with dread. Why did you think I was gravely wounded?
You were covered in blood and viscera. A lot of it.
I blink. But what?
I thought you were attacked and left for dead.
What the hell? I can't even begin to imagine myself splayed out naked in the middle of the forest, let alone drenched in blood. But again, I reach around to feel up my body and find nothing. The blood couldn't have been mine. What was going on in that forest? This whole situation gets weirder and weirder with each word this wolf utters.
You were unresponsive, and your heartbeat was so faint. I thought you were dying.
His voice falters slightly, causing me to swallow hard. I'm glad I was out for that part.
I had to try and save you. I had to try to save you. So, I decided to bring you here. I came upon Volgar halfway to the village. He might not want to admit it, but even he was shaken by your state. At least it made it easier to convince him to help me smuggle you.
I can't imagine Volgor being moved by anything. That one sentiment alone drives home how terrifying I must have looked. Subscriber. No, I'm kidding. I'm not going to do that. Anyway.
It seemed like you barely survived a massacre. Once we got here, I began cleaning all of your blood, washing you bit by bit.
I feel a hot flush as it dawns on me what this means. I was out cold, naked, and this wolf. You washed me? I always feel like somebody's washing me, and I get no privacy. Moving on. I swallow heavily again, the lump in my throat growing larger. Even though it's obvious he had to, the idea is quite embarrassing. He mirrors my discomfort, looking away with a defensive tone in his voice.
I needed to find where the blood was coming from, but I couldn't find anything. There was not a single scratch on your body.
He's so flustered that I almost feel bad for him. I didn't mean to insinuate anything. The biggest thing that kind of infuriates me about this part is you'll find out later on, like, something that I alluded to earlier, but it's like the whole thing about figuring out, like, you know, how he has to be, like, kind of kept under wraps unless he was, like, you know, physically injured or in some huge, like, harmed state or whatnot and needed sanctuary. They could have, Rannoch and Volgor could have literally just gone to, like, the council or whatever, or his dad or whoever, and literally just gone up to them and be like, hey, we got this bloody human on our hands, what do we do with it? And it's like, can we keep him? And I feel like it'd be, like, more likely to be like, yeah, he's kind of bruised up, sure, man. Like, I mean, come on, that's the one issue I have with that. Like, why couldn't they have just shown them off the get-go and be like, yeah, there's a bloody, almost dead guy. Even though there's no source of what point it led to, it's like, he was covered in it, and it's just like, naked, and just, he looked bruised up enough, right? Like, he looked like he needed sanctuary. Anyway, let's move on. He's so flustered that I almost feel bad for him. I didn't mean to insinuate anything. I smile at his hasty explanation, just wanting to put him at ease. There are a few now, I say with a cheeky grin, showing a few scrapes and bruises left by the black wolf. Although Rannoch smiles for a moment, I could see his ears splay back. My good intentions seem to have backfired.
Sorry about that.
It's not your fault. I touch his shoulder, trying to reassure him.
Well, I did leave you in his care.
True, and knowing him just for a few moments, I wouldn't leave him alone with another living being. I chuckle, trying to cheer him up. But you didn't have a choice.
Yeah.
He sounds unconvinced, looking away towards the window. I can tell he feels responsible for me, and what Volgor did doesn't sit well with him. I decide to drop the subject, but I appreciate seeing how much he cares about it. So, The blood wasn't mine? Rannoch slumps, resting his elbows on his knees and looking straight at the floor.
In retrospect, if it was yours, it would have meant that you would have bled dry. There was so much of it. That's one of the reasons why Vol quickly turned against you.
What? Why?
To him, it meant you weren't a victim, but rather...
He can't think I had anything to do with that. I protest, throwing my arms out. I mean, look at me. Do I look like I'm even capable of eviscerating someone?
Well, I don't think you are, but it did unsettle him. Besides, it goes deeper than that. I had a moral right to save you, had you been hurt, but you were not. I brought you to the village under a false pretense.
But you didn't know at the time.
I should have checked before I acted. As it stands, you are either dangerous or somehow involved with blood magic.
I'm not I cut myself off, allowing his words to fully sink in. Wait, did you just say blood magic? Wait, are you for real? I scoff.
I am.
There's magic? He looks at me with a serious gaze, as if ignoring my silly question.
The more Volgor and I thought about it, the more convinced we became that you were part of some sort of dark ritual.
Wait, what? I freeze, not out of fright, but utter disbelief.
I thought you were meant as a sacrifice.
My mind is spinning, unable to comprehend what I'm being told. I don't even... I pause, just staring blankly at the wall.
You okay?
Talking wolves. Strange feeling of dread. Whispers in the dark. And now, blood magic? It's like a mad dream. I cannot contain the storm in my mind, and I just spew out everything in quick succession. I think I need to pause here. You keep saying these things, but I don't understand any of them. You might as well be talking in a foreign language. I got a massive headache just by listening to you. It's like you're from another fucking world. What is this, a Dastra? Oh no, where'd I put the... I put the charm somewhere over there. Too late.
In a sense, we are.
He shrugs casually, but to me, nothing about this is casual. I want to say something, but I'm immediately cut off by the sound of the door opening in the adjacent room. Someone entered the cabin.
They're here.
The Grey Wolf raises to his feet, approaching the doors. God, this is such a long update. Great. So much for my pause. I mumble in annoyance, knowing full well I've had to digest another portion of complete nonsense. A female's voice reaches up from the other room, just as Rannoch opens the doors. I bet it's the shaman they spoke of. Oh, there she is. God, if this is another one of your pathetic attempts at courtship, then... Oh, Rannoch. A white she-wolf snorts at Volgor before she cuts off, entering the room. I'm immediately drawn to her moonstone. That ain't a quarter moon. That's a half moon. This is the biggest lie I've ever seen. I want a refund now. Please give me a refund. Yeah, I know. I agree too, Catherine. Like, I love her aesthetic too. Like, I had to include her in the best girl version of March Madness this year. Speaking of which, I still need more suggestions for that category. And I probably need to like get a committee set up to actually run it, because there's 3 categories now and it's like 3 times as much work then. Oh god. Anyway, I'm immediately drawn to her moonstone. It's a quarter moon. By a Luna. It's an actual human.
As opposed to what? An imaginary one?
She looks quite young to be a shaman, and even though I'm not familiar with what shamans actually do, something tells me they should be a bit more experienced. Her golden eyes gaze at me with disbelief for a moment, before turning to Rannoch. Have you lost your damn mind? She glares furiously at the gray wolf, who winces and slumps slightly in deference. Verissa? Now it's the female who stumbles back, evidently startled by the sound of her name coming from my lips. Did it just speak my...
Don't get too excited. We mentioned your name to the humans several times. No spiritual trickery involved.
I try to contain a smirk at Volgor's remark. Oh, Volgor. His pragmatism and down-to-earth attitude are really starting to grow on me. Love you, Volgor. The female's eyes narrow as she moves closer, but she still keeps a safe distance between herself and the bed. So that's what humans look like. Her eyebrows raise at my appearance, and I swear I can hear a hint of disappointment in her voice. God, I thought they would be hotter. It's as if she expected something... well, something more than I have to offer.
This one seems rather small, no?
I throw an annoyed gaze towards Volgor. I know I'm not a bodybuilder like those two, but I don't need them to rub it in every chance they get. Yes, it does. But then again, I wouldn't know. Never seen one before. The female shrugs, and all my hopes of her actually giving me some medical attention melt away. How could she treat a creature if she has never encountered it before?
Surely you have to know something.
Rannoch echoes my concern. Yes, Rannoch. I know they are 2-legged, upright creatures between 5 to 6 feet tall with little to no fur. Her voice conveys a sense of annoyance that I can almost relate to. I only have our texts to go by, and they don't really deal with humans in detail. I don't think anyone's even seen one in almost 2 generations. If humans are indeed as rare as they make them out to be, how can they expect her to know any more than they do? Still, the idea of me being some sort of endangered species doesn't seem quite right. Almost as if I'm in a topsy-turvy world.
Oh, joy. This is going to be that more interesting to explain to his father.
Who is Rannoch's father? You're making a huge fuss about him ever since I woke up. The 2 males look at each other. While the female seems to completely be focused on me, her expression is full of shock, no doubt caused by me speaking. I roll my eyes, knowing the conversation is going to be derailed by this at any moment.
He's the chief.
The chief is Rannoch's father? I blurt out. The chief is Rannoch's father? I blurt out, thrown off by the revelation. Somehow, I thought those were two different wolves.
Wasn't that obvious from the conversation?
Sorry, I didn't keep track of all the nonsense you two are spewing. What else did I miss? But if the chief is Rannoch's father, that is surely an advantage. You weren't bluffing. It does speak our language. Oh, I think this is a new expression for her. I like it. Unnerving. Oh, great. Here we go again. Yes, I can talk. I bark out in annoyance. So, can we please not do this again? Can we please not do this again? Verissa looks at me as one would look at an insolent child.
I told you, not a trace of an accent. We already kind of exhausted the subject. The kid speaks. Let's just leave it at that.
The gray wolf comes to my aid and I smiled at him with gratitude. I really do not want to revisit this conversation. It almost mentally broke me last time. Verissa sighs and nods in understanding. Listen, child. You cannot speak a word to anyone else but us. I furrow my brows. Being talked down to and patronized doesn't sit right with me. They're not that much older than I am. I'm not a child. Then again, they are talking beasts. My ability to judge their age by looks must be somewhat limited, but I'm sure Rannoch cannot be that much older than me. He mentioned that he just came of age, right? Oh, how old are you then? I kept myself off, again struggling with this ever-present nothingness in my mind. I can't remember how old I am, but I know I'm not a child. I'm of age. I summarize, not exactly sure whatever that means to the wolves, but fairly certain that for a human, that's exactly what I am. Curious. You don't look like it. She mutters unconvinced. I would take it as a compliment, but I can bet it's another jab at how small I am. It doesn't really matter now, does it? My quip causes Rannoch to laugh. Witty and sharp-tongued. The female looks at Rannoch with a hint of fear in her eyes. This is serious. Oh, for crying out loud. Why are you all so obsessed with my ability to speak? Why do you want me to play mute in front of the others? I can see that she gets more spooked out with each sentence I utter, and it only frustrates me more. Are you telling me that humans are supposed to be some sort of primitive cavemen? Is that what it is? Because let me tell you, this house and your outfit looks like they've been out of a fucking history book.
What? It's a good house.
Rannoch glances around the room with slight confusion while Verissa briefly checks out her dress. We know that your species isn't primitive. Then why do you want me to play dumb? She finally snaps at me with a soft, almost melodic growl. Because others won't understand.
And we do.
What is there to understand? I ask in resignation. No outsider speaks our language. We don't teach it to otherkin. She almost says it with disgust in her voice. I'm offended.
The only creatures that can speak our tongue are other Avalan wolves.
And huskies. Musky huskies. Like Shuichi. But they always have this unbearable twang to the way they speak. Like Shuichi. You speaking to us like you were born here. It's unheard of. Bordering on sacrilegious. She rests her face in a paw, rubbing her temple. Sacrilegious? Our language is a part of who we are as a people. It was given to us by our ancestors to keep and guard as our own, so that only we can communicate with them. We don't take kindly to otherkin who try to learn it. Teaching outsiders is a capital offense. I don't know why or how I would learn it. Which is more the reason for you to keep quiet. It is clear someone had to teach you, and from the way you speak, it was obviously one of our own. Not only is your life in danger, you could send the entire tribe into a frenzy. Frenzy?
It's clear someone's betrayed us and broke our laws by teaching outsiders to speak. You're the walking proof of that.
We have the elders clamoring for blood. And that's the last thing our tribe needs now. More paranoia. This is all utter nonsense. I've never seen a talking wolf in my life. Until today, that is. I shrug. The female looks at me expectantly, but I have nothing else to add. Volgar said you seem to be suffering from a memory loss. I'd say it's far more likely you don't remember meeting a wolf who taught you our language, rather you miraculously gaining the ability out of the blue. Wouldn't you agree? I guess. I reluctantly concede. In all fairness, both opinions seem equally plausible, because to me, none of this makes any sense. But I'm not about to argue that to a she-wolf who is convinced that her reality is more valid than mine. Especially since we apparently need her to save my skin. Now that we have this out of the way, let us deal with the more pressing matter. What in the name of Aluna is the human even doing here? I rest my cheeks in my hands, slumping down as Rannoch begins to explain his entire misadventure. I pay as much attention as I can, as some parts of the story flew over my head earlier. However, there are no surprises. Somebody called somebody trash, and that's very mean. Don't call people trash, unless it's a running joke between you people that you're talking about. Anyway, Rannoch went on his spiritual trip, couldn't find any enlightenment, so he decided to meditate underneath his tree. Whatever that means. Apparently that's where he found me, drenched in blood. I have to question the ancestors the wolves worship. If this is truly all part of their plan, it's a shoddy one at best. Oh my god, you're talking about that character from Tennis Ace. No spoilers! No spoilers! The whole setup seems to be more akin to a horror story than an actual spiritual journey. But then again, what do I know? I watch as the female listens carefully to what is being said. But she doesn't know any emotion. Even when Rannoch clumsily tries to implicate her through his coming-of-age ceremony or suggest that I was a part of some sort of dark ritual. She is eerily calm. At least good at hiding her inner thoughts.
That's pretty much it.
The gray wolf concludes his explanation and silence falls over the room. It drags on for a bit, while we all look at Verissa expectantly. She keeps us in surprise a while longer, most likely weighing her options. God, sweet ancestors, you are the dumbest wolf in the tribe, if not the whole of Avalan. She sighs, again not knowing much of any emotion, or not showing much of any emotion.
Can you help me protect him? Can you help me protect him?
What choice do I have? Finally something, a hint of annoyance. It's not exactly filling me with hope, but Volgar proves me wrong.
You really don't want to get involved.
Oh, you've already involved me. Besides, otherkin or not, this human is not at fault. She looks at me with pity. From what you both told me, the human was out cold. It's Rannoch who broke the law. I would not be able to sleep knowing that I allowed an innocent to pay for his stupidity. I find it hardly fair to belittle Rannoch like this. Not when he saved my life. No need to speak. She cuts me off, addressing the two wolves. This is a very precarious situation. We are risking the fury of our tribe.
But can you help us?
I need to commune with the spirits. I may have an idea on how to fix this, but I want to make sure our ancestors wouldn't find it objectionable.
Yeah, sure. Go huff some incense while we worry about what to do with this whelp.
Again, it's hard not to chuckle at Volgar's jabs. It's nice for once not to be on the receiving ends of those, however. However, I find myself troubled that any plan involving my safety relies on substance abuse. Just like our last update that we played. The smoke room. Yes, I will huff some incense, so that I can receive guidance on how to avoid us all getting banished. The female reiterates through her fangs. They keep talking about banishment, but I can't quite understand what for. If it's about me keeping my mouth shut, I will. That's only one of the problems. The female retorts, looking at me with slight annoyance. I guess she really meant it when she said I shouldn't talk, but I don't care. The forest around our village is sacred. No outsiders are allowed. So they said, but there must be some exceptions. There are none. Trespassing is punishable by death. Even Rannoch's delusion about the right of sanctuary is just that. A delusion. She waves her hand towards the gray wolf in dismissal. Our people haven't been a part of the Sylvan for nearly 1,000 years. Reminds me of another visual novel we played, am I right? Claiming ancient customs as defense for smuggling you in would be tricky to say the least.
Oh, the idiot should have killed you while he found you.
I frown. Seems a bit harsh. Maybe to you, but it is our forest and it is our duty to protect it. Protect it from what? I don't even know how I got here in the first place. What could I possibly do? The she-wolf sighs, looking at the ceiling with annoyance. I have clearly exhausted her patience. And Perpy donated $5 saying, the she-wolf is like the older sister I never had. Aw, she kinda is like that.
Super chat.
There we go. Thanks for the donation. But yep. Sweet to hear. Anyway, I've clearly exhausted her patience. The human asks a lot of questions. I'm sorry, but you keep saying my life is on the line. I'd like to at least understand why. I get the language part, but what possible danger could I expose to your forest? I'm not an arsonist. The female continues to disregard me, causing a moment of silence. She throws an angry stare at Rannoch, and I can see his ears splay back as he looks at me apologetically.
I'll explain everything later. I'll explain everything later. You said yourself you need to pause and we need to focus on your next steps.
I take a deep breath, giving him a defiant look, but eventually exhale with a drawn-out sigh. As much as I want to understand what's going on, a break would allow me to digest all I have learned so far. My mind is still slightly spinning from all the revelations. And somebody's leaving. Good night, Leroy. Great having you here. Sorry I didn't see that earlier. So, anyway, I nod with a reluctant smile and I can see Rannoch's expression lighten up. It's nice to know how much he cares about my mood. Somehow, I feel like he's not something I'm used to. Someone caring.
We need to figure out how to present the facts to my father. And those are that I was meant to find Kaelin, and that he is meant to be here. Oh, God. You're putting our collective fur on the line.
The Black Wolf issues a stifled growl. He is, but as insane as that sounds, claiming it was all fate is our best chance. God,
You can't be serious.
I am serious. And stop calling me Shirley. Or stop calling me Verissa.
Everything will be fine. The spirits willed it.
Oh, for all our sakes, I really hope that's the case. The female embraces herself. The female. God, I hate when it's like overly used and it's like used in a way where it just basically demeans them and just treats them as like just a prop or an object. But yeah, now this is like, it makes sense in like if it's not used overwhelmingly. Sorry, it's just a little joke that I've had when I've seen people read things like that where, God, I forgot what exactly it was, but it was like kind of like a fantasy D&D-ish type of based story, and the guy kept overusing female all the time in that sense, and oh God, it was such a funny reading to see, but oh God. Anyway, the female embraces herself, looking at me with a worried, almost empathetic expression. This is going to be a tough nut to crack. I hope you two are ready for the potential fallout. Moon knows I'm not sure I am.
Remember your own ceremony?
Rannoch looks up at her with determination.
Your road will be hard, but you must never waver or stray from your path. That was the message you got from your ancestors. Or from the ancestors.
He nods confidently, causing the female to stare at him with a slightly open muzzle.
None of this was meant to be easy.
Verissa smiles softly and finally approaches me, stopping right next to the bed and placing her paw on my head. It's much smaller and lighter than Rannoch's. However, the gesture is equally tender. It's surprising that for someone so stupid, you managed to come up with something almost eloquent.
Oh, come on!
I hear the I hear the black male protest in the back with familiar mockery in his voice.
Life will be hard, so keep at it. How is that a prophecy? It could apply to anyone in a given situation. It's a goddamn fortune cookie.
Oh god, and a brother in lass. And what else is there? Who in this chat has siblings? I'm the youngest one out of 5. 3 from part of my mom, and then... Wait, what? I'm the youngest out of 5. 3 from part of mom, and 1 from part of dad and me. Oh, I'm assuming like step siblings. I'm assuming you didn't do anything with your dad and like that, but yeah, no, like I'm assuming like step siblings. Wow, youngest of 5, man. That's a lot. I know a lot. I have friends who are like the youngest or second youngest of like 4 or 5. Yeah, 4 or 5 like siblings. And then my parents are like the second youngest of like 7 and 9. It's like all the family friends and whatnot around me like had these big families, and then it comes to me and it's just me and my older brother. So I'm the youngest, just of 2. Wow, second of 7. Jeez, you people. You guys have a lot of siblings. God, I can't imagine like having that many siblings. I would not be able to have the privacy that I could to start doing these streams. Whew. It would be crazy. I'm just a bit confused by the whole dad and me thing. Anyway. Moving on.
It can apply to anyone in any given situation. It has nothing to do with that human.
Oh, shut up, Vol. She sighs, not even regarding him.
I found Kaelin lying underneath my name tree. He knew my name, speaks our language, and the spirits willed it. It's not a coincidence.
Vulgar issues an exhausted sigh.
Or is it exactly that? A coincidence? Consider this.
He proposes, drawing our attention with his paw.
A confused human who speaks our language runs through the forest, stumbles upon a random tree, and reads the inscription. When it faints, it mumbles the last thing it saw. No spirits involved.
Despite his crudeness, I have to agree with him on this. Even though I don't remember anything prior to my awakening, I might have been running through the woods, and if I did see a tree with a name on it, I'd most likely read it. And you consider this? The female speaks up, slight mockery in her voice, yet she holds her composure. If that were the case, then we are truly done for. All of us. She swooshes her paw around the room, encompassing everyone, even me. If it's all just a coincidence, as you claim, then the human broke the law by entering the grove. He's dead. Why the fuck do you have to have such BS rules? Her paw points to me, which sends a cold shiver down my spine. It's so crazy when you play these VNs and it's like, oh, you can't do this or else it's punishable by death. And it's like, oh, I can't do that. And they never ask why. It's like, why? Why do I have to die for just wandering into your forest? I'm just a casual guy. Like, what did I do wrong? Like, worst thing you do is you just yeet me out into like outside of the forest or whatever. Jeez, have better protection or whatever. God, just because I enter doesn't mean I have to die. Anyway. Okay, good, Catherine. I was a bit nervous when you said like from my dad and me. I was like, wait. I was just a bit confused by the phrasing. Sorry. So yeah, didn't mean to imply that. Sorry. Anyway. Yeah, because it's how it is for them. That's all the real reason they give. Welcome to America. It's what the founding fathers wanted. I am not going political on this video. God damn, I need to move on. Her paw points to me, which sends a cold shiver down my spine. I struggle to swallow as my throat clenches tight. I can feel a bead of sweat running down my forehead. This idiot is facing banishment for not protecting the grove from intrusion. She points to Rannoch, then sighs, as her paw nonchalantly waves at the black male. Worse yet, you helped him smuggle the outsider within the boundary of our village. That's banishment for you too. Not sure what double banishment would mean for Rannoch, but I'm fairly certain his father would not kill him, even though the law demands it. I look at the gray male with worry. The consequences he's facing are almost as dire as mine. I guess Volgar was telling the truth about his friend not thinking things through. And then there's me. The female finally breaks the silence with a resigned exhale. You damn well know I haven't finished my training. Everyone questions my abilities as a shaman. My very first ceremony, first communion with the spirit world, and I make Rannoch drag a human into the village, breaking our most sacred laws. That's the end of me being a shaman. She lets the words hang for a moment. And now you brought me here. Where instead of immediately sounding an alarm, I'm trying to help you to fix this. The penalty for being part of a conspiracy is banishment. The female points to each of us in quick succession, starting with me, Rannoch, Volgar, and finishing on herself. Death, banishment, banishment, banishment. So, she looks at the black wolf. This is not a silly misunderstanding, Vol. We can't talk our way out of this and use our positions to mitigate the damage. Shall we then all agree that this will be the will of the spirits, or should we simply march out to the chopping block? She asks with a melodic, almost taunting tone.
There is a simple solution, but I'm sure neither of you will approve.
Rannoch issues a stifled growl.
Then why bring it up? Just putting it out there.
The black wolf shrugs.
Snapping its neck would solve the problem, but it would be slightly awkward now that it has a name.
Thanks, Volgar. I love you too.
Yes, he does. So you might as well start using it. I'm going to stick with Piglet for now. No need getting attached just yet.
The black wolf tries to give me a cold gaze, but his muzzle is tinged with worry.
We're all walking on thin ice here.
The female shakes her head in dismissal. Don't you worry. I intend to save our pelts as well as the human's life. The female approaches the doors, opening it.
So, you know how to fix this?
I already said I do. I just need to make sure I will not offend the ancestors. As she is about to leave, she stops, turning towards the two wolves. Our little congregation was most likely noted. I suggest we disperse not to raise any further suspicion. The wolves nod to each other in agreement. Am I to stay here alone? Kaelin, was it? Since you claim you're not a child, I assume you'll be fine on your own. I frown at her snarky remark, but nod in agreement. Vol, you keep an eye on the house. Make sure no one's snooping about. Rannoch, you must go and speak with Tano. Oh, that's the character everybody's talking about. That's the one everybody is hyping up. Everybody's like simping over all the characters, and this is one of them. I wonder what their role is and purpose. You must go and speak with Tano.
Why?
The male scoffs, seemingly appalled by her suggestion. Because not joining your father on the hunt already looked very odd. Chat him up about rangers or patrols or whatever it is you fur for brains do. Make up an excuse to put him at ease. Who's Tano?
A nosy bastard.
And the last thing we need is him sniffing about. I don't understand. Can't you just stay at home? She looks at me with a slightly risen brow, clearly annoyed I keep talking. We are a tightly knit community. Meeting up in seclusion reeks of dissent. Oh boy, talk about the suburb life. The small town and or the suburb life. If you do anything different or hang out with people that aren't from your immediate family circle, yeah, you can look suspicious then. Anyway, with that, she leaves the room, Volgor following suit. Only Rannoch stays behind me for a moment, as if struggling to decide on something. Eventually, he approaches me and crouches next to the bed, so that our eyes are on the same level. He gently squeezes my shoulder with his paw, one of his fangs poking out through a goofy smile.
I won't be long,
he says encouragingly.
Once I'm back, we'll be able to talk some more, okay?
I nod and snicker, hearing his tail swish against the wooden floor in excitement. The way he wags his tail with such enthusiasm almost begs to question why the whole place is so dirty. One does not even need a broom with a wolf like that around. Rannoch! The female calls out impatiently from the other room.
Just stay out of sight.
I'll be fine. I reassure him, but then I hear a deep rumble inside my stomach. Me being hungry right now is included. The cramps make me squirm as if I never eaten a meal before. I am ravenous, and I think the stress of the situation is the only thing that kept my attention away from it. If I could only have something to eat. I see the wolf look at me with a troubled expression, as if he didn't factor in that I require sustenance. Rannoch slaps his forehead in deep annoyance.
God spirits, I'm so stupid. What is it now?
The black wolf calls out from the other room, appearing in the doorway. Oh god, he's I gotta stop thirsting over him. Drink some water, Dirk.
How are we going to feed him?
I can pretty much eat anything. I'll even eat the table if I have to. I mumble, although the idea of raw meat is making me queasy.
Oh, fuck.
Volgar's resigned curse makes me think that my diet is not the main problem here.
We eat together as a tribe. Only mothers with pups are allowed to eat separately. Smuggling food home is looked down upon as a sign of gluttony and would immediately rouse suspicion.
I looked to Rannoch's troubled expression. I could see he didn't think this through, though. None of it. But as he meets my worried gaze, his expression changes immediately.
I'll get you some food.
He says determined, but slight unease lines his voice. Yeah, the stream's been going on for over 4 hours. Please help.
No, I'll do it. No, I'll do it.
We both look to Vol with surprise. But yeah, we have been going for over 4 hours now. And I feel like I accidentally started the second update, I guess. I might have to double check the PC version of the code. What's this game called again? Nah, I can't. Images. No, that's not what I wanted. I meant to check. Oh, I have to do the thing with this. I have to use the power of terminal and Unix. I only do this to really check how far the pacing I am is, or to like have a character in the thumbnail. You know. Just, yeah, or if like, yeah, I need the character in a specific position or whatever for the thumbnail. Anyway. Okay, users, my real name, documents, animations, and hobbies. No such file. Oh, is it lowercase? God, why it doesn't work? Oh, okay, there we go. My real name. Oh, I may have misspelled it, probably. Excuse me while I quickly do that. Don't worry, this will take me like a minute max. There we go. Okay, now I just have to do the Cody thing. Because I did it for the images, not for the scripts yet. There we go. I could always do it for music if I ever wanted to in the future, but I'm never going to really use the music. Because that would be stealing his music. Okay, I just want to see... How far am I? Okay. So, the current line is we both look back to Vol with surprise. We're still in chapter 1, boyos. Blah, 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 blah. Oh my god, why is there so much dialogue? How is this only chapter 1 and I've taken 4 hours to do this? It took me about 40 minutes to reach the end from here. Oh lord. Here we go. I'm gonna have to speed through this, guys. I am not a male siren. Do not say that about me. Oh no. But yeah. Guys, have you heard of speed running? We're gonna do speed reading. Well, I'll try not to go too fast. I'll try not to like get too distracted. So I'll try and do the 40 minutes like Lyde says. Thanks, Lyde, for keeping me checked up on that. We both good start. We both look back to Vol in surprise.
I'll be keeping an eye on the house anyway.
He shrugs with a hint of embarrassment, and even Rannoch picks up on it, smirking.
You're warming up to Kaelin, aren't you? Psh, as if, you idiot. It's just easier that way.
The black male scoffs The black male scoffs indignantly.
No one would dare follow me. Once the feast starts, I'll bring the piglet some roast. I hope you roasted meat agrees with you.
Oh no, roasted meat, my nightmare. I love it. I smile in relief at the thought of eating raw was banished by his words.
Super chat.
Why do I assume that they would eat anything uncooked when they're clearly as civilized as I am? Just gonna shrink something for a bit. There we go. Close enough.
Let's go.
Volgar utters impatiently, tapping his foot against the ground and causing Rannoch to stand up. The gray wolf winks at me while tilting his head towards the small window.
Stay out of sight.
I nod as he follows his companions out of the bedroom. They close the doors behind, and a moment later I can hear them leave the house altogether. I am finally alone. I look around the tiny room, idly padding by the building, or whatever the word is. I look around the tiny room, idly padding at the building. There isn't much noise, mostly some distant chatter I can't make out, muffled voices too far away to be intelligible. What I do hear is the forest, wind ruffling, the leaves and birds chirping in nearby trees. I'm tempted to approach the window and simply take in the scenery, but I know better. It happened! It finally happened! In ellipses, I get to eat a Dorito! No way! 4 hours and 15 minutes in, I finally get to eat a Dorito. Here we go. Oh, those are so good. I could keep eating these, but I shouldn't. Only a bunch more to go. Anyway. Oh no, Koromaru Yate, don't you dare do this to me! See what you're trying to do, trying to manipulate me into delaying even longer. Anyway. Ellipses. I close my eyes and chuckle nervously. People happy to win the lottery. Dirk being happy to eat a Dorito. True. Taco flavored Doritos are the best. But anyway, I close my eyes and chuckle nervously. This is utter nonsense. God, I must be dreaming. Or maybe I am the one who huffs some incense. Whatever the case, I'm exhausted by all of this, so I allow my head to fall freely onto the pillow. I collapse into the fabric, allowing it to wrap around me in a warm embrace. It only takes me a moment to sink down into it. The snugness makes my eyelids droop instantly, as heavy as if they were made of lead. For some odd reason, I feel extremely exhausted, almost as if staying awake was unnatural to me. Oh no, do I have chip and mustache?
Super chat.
Thanks for reminding me, Perpy. Thanks for the $5 donation. Where? Gotta keep my looks up. Maybe I can look at the mirror behind me. I think it's gone. Anyway, continuing. For For some odd reason, I feel extremely exhausted, almost as if staying awake was unnatural to me. Guess that's what stress does to you. I try to look at the ceiling for a bit, seeking patterns in the naked woodwork, locating different burrows and knots within the natural grain of the planks. I yawn, closing my eyes as I let the figure overtake me and I drift away into a peaceful sleep. And that's the end of the update. I lied. I suddenly wake to a loud, resonating thud. I get up immediately and see the room covered in darkness. It's clearly night.
Super chat.
The other $5 is
Super chat.
made you look. And then Dirk, you got a chip in your mouth. In your mouse tech. Mouse tech? Whatever. And then they said made you look. So $10 in total. Thanks, Perpy, again. You are going gangbusters on me, and I don't know why you're doing this to me. Oh, that's interesting. That female sirens weren't, it wasn't specifically female for sirens until like 5th century BC. Yeah, that's interesting that they could have been depicted as either gender. Male sirens. That would be an interesting concept. Anyway, so how long was I asleep? Another thud makes me jump up, but this time I know where it's coming from. Someone's banging on the window. Rannoch? I call out quietly towards the next room. I know the male went to deal with his tribesmen, but I hope he already returned. The begging continues, this time more impatient, and I start to panic. I look towards the window, trying to remain hidden within the shadows of the room. I'm not supposed to be seen. I can make out a large dark figure, obviously a wolf. I think it might be one of the tribesmen snooping around. Wasn't Vulgar supposed to make sure that this didn't happen?
Open the damn window.
I hear the familiar cold voice and exhale in relief. I approach the window feeling a lot less worried than before, quickly locating the latch, holding it closed. Both wings open with a tortured creak, obviously not used to being swung ajar. Oh god, it's so weird to see him with all the dark colors on my TV. I gotta lighten this up. Oh no, that's menu. How do I go down? No, that's the wrong button. Let me see what happens if I up the contrast. No! Oh wait, that's how you do it. I said I wouldn't get distracted. I lied. Oh, that looks much better. I'm going to turn up the brightness a little bit as I hit the mic by accident. Oh, don't go away. Ah, that looks much better. Oh god, it's amazing. I love it. Ah, thank god. Okay, continuing. Ah, it looks so much clearer now.
Here's your chow, piglet.
The wolf passes me a sizable bundle wrapped in a linen cloth. Thank you. I respond, taking the parcel. I smile, feeling the aroma of roasted meat hit my nostrils. Nearly forgotten how hungry I am. Aren't you going to come in?
No one lives with Hranak and he's not home. Besides, it's already night.
I look around, noticing how dark the outside world has gotten. Can't have a friend over? I ask, slowly unfolding the cloth.
Not overnight.
The black male responds, almost appalled by the suggestion. Why?
Because that would make them both look defective.
I make a dumb huh sound, to which he only gives me a telling gaze. We all know what that means according to Adastra. Oh. Guess wolves don't like homosexuality. Sad, isn't it? But just because two guys are alone in the same room at night doesn't mean they're two wolves chilling in the same room, 5 feet apart because they're not gay. I try to rationalize, but I can see his rising brow with each word I utter. Yeah, that does sound a bit off now that I think about it. Is that why you're standing outside the window?
Afraid I would seduce you?
To my surprise, Volgar snorts at the suggestion and almost smiles.
An actual pig would have better chances at that.
Dirk, can you say vulgar 3 times? Legend says you be Isiki / Spirited Away to an
Super
awesome
chat.
furry adventure. Oh, thanks, Perpy, for the $10. Wonder what will happen if I say vulgar. Or I have to say it differently. Vulgar. Well, it was worth a try.
An actual pig would have better chances at that.
I raise an eyebrow with a challenging smirk. It seems more suspicious to have males sneaking about windows rather than having them over for a drink. Volgar narrows his brows, looking at me with a slight amusement.
You couldn't drink your way out of a piss bucket, suckling.
Ouch. The jab wasn't malicious, but ouch. God damn. He's like evil Amicus. He's Amicus, but evil. Like, this position makes him look like evil Amicus. Guys, it's evil Amicus. Don't tell Amicus, but it's evil. He's definitely being playful, but considering choking me out was his gentler side, why would I expect his verbal spars to be any tamer? I just shake my head with a smile. At least having a female over has to be normal around here, right? I don't believe for even a moment that this village is full of celibate homophobes. How about a lady color then? Can't he have those over? Volgar snorts again.
He can. And as much as you do sound like a little bitch, it's a small tribe.
I nearly choke at the sharp remark, looking at Vol with obvious annoyance. He clearly enjoys that at least one of his jabs finally landed.
Having a female over is quite hard to misunderstand. A mate leads to rumors, rumors raise suspicion, and suspicion leads to wolves sniffing about. We wouldn't want that, would we?
I shrug, finally opening the parcel to reveal its contents. It's filled with succulent cucks. It was filled with succulent cuts of meat. And have a good night, Catherine. I know it's a long stream, but yeah, enjoy yourself. It'll still be on YouTube afterwards in case anybody misses part of it. So, they don't look the most appetizing, mostly shredded apart without a care. but the smell alone is enough to make my mouth water. I quickly glance around, really troubled by our little rendezvous. It does look quite conspicuous.
Don't worry. I don't know if anyone gets close enough to vanish in time.
I flashed my brows indifferently. Guess not Rannoch is full of himself. Or guess not only Rannoch is full of himself. I quickly grab one of the chunks and bring it to my lips. Volgor gazes at me with extreme curiosity, but I'm far too hungry to pay him any mind.
Super chat.
Burpee just said, with $2 donation, "You said the B word! Demonetize!" Oh no, I'm going to YouTube jail. Help! Anyway. So, Dicey, read that line? Volgor gazes at me with extreme curiosity, but I'm far too hungry to pay him any mind. I take a ravenous bite. The meat falls apart at the slightest touch of my tongue, almost melting inside my mouth. I gasp in satisfaction, closing my eyes in complete bliss. It's so good. It's very good. But no matter how hard I try, I cannot figure out what it is that I'm actually eating. Despite my memory being wiped clean, I can still recall certain things. I remember how chicken tastes, or beef. This is something different entirely. I take another chunk, hastily stuffing it in my hole into my mouth. God, I'm hungry, and this meat is hitting the spot. It tastes like nothing I ever knew. It's slightly sweet and has an earthy, almost nutty flavor to it. So good. What is it? I ask, still chewing through the sinew, forgetting my manners for a moment.
Roasted boar.
Oh, that sounds good. The male responds. There is an odd discomfort in his voice, but I ignore him. I am utterly consumed by this meal, as I can finally feel the large void in my stomach fill up. It's almost as if I haven't eaten in forever. I take another piece of meat, reveling in its tenderness and juices.
This is going to make me sick.
The black male finally catches my attention with his troubled confession. I can see his distress, as if he's truly struggling to keep down his own meal. What? I ask, mouth still full of meat as I lick my greasy fingers.
I wondered how you could eat without a muzzle, but this...
He struggles, covering his snout as he does to stop a reflux.
You're just stuffing it into a hole in your head.
I blink in confusion as the male turns away from me. Is he serious? He's really unsettled just by watching me eat? I chuckle, making nothing of it, and continue with my own meal. The idea of this large, cold warrior getting weak at the knees because my mouth is just too much. I'm about to laugh when... What the... Volgor has just retched a few steps away from the window. I look at his crouching figure in momentary disbelief, but as he purges again, I immediately take my food off the ledge. I know that if the acidity smell hits my nose, I will join him in emptying my own stomach. So I quickly close the window. I stand there, looking for any signs of him getting better, but after a while, I bring another piece of meat to my mouth with a shrug. I'm still hungry after all. Finally, Volgor appears on the other side of the glass, looking at me with an accusatory gaze. I pause, but his embarrassment makes me chuckle. And then I lose it. I explode in a loud laughter, which causes the male to wave at me in panic. It only makes me laugh harder. I can't believe I made this wolf sick by just eating.
Shh, be quiet.
He shushes me, but I'm unable to rein myself in.
Shut up, Flatface, or I'll come in there and choke you again.
He finally growls in playful annoyance. I hush down, looking at him with a smirk. Flatface?
You really need to keep quiet. If anything, or if anyone finds you here.
I know. I roll my eyes. But I really think you three are exaggerating a little bit. I blurt out, causing the Black Wolf's eyes to narrow. Your people wouldn't kill me just because I got lost in their woods. I mean, even you understand this isn't right.
You know nothing, Piglet.
I shrug, continuing to nibble on the meat.
I'll only tell you this so you'll have no illusions about this not being serious. Long ago, a Tigerian noble desecrated our grove.
Desecrate how?
He carved his name into one of our name trees.
I narrow my brow, looking at him with confusion. Isn't that what a name tree is for? Oh, God. Like a I've been here kind of thing?
No.
He says with a deadly serious tone, his joviality now completely gone.
They are sacred to my people. They supposedly keep the spirits of our ancestors tethered to the world.
How does that work? The wolf waves his paw at me dismissively.
It doesn't matter. What does matter is that we've issued punishment, as was our right, despite knowing it would cause a war. A war we had little hope of winning.
Wait, you killed someone just because of graffiti?
Maybe. If you live long enough, you will understand. For now, just accept that, to us, damaging a name tree is one of the worst crimes one can commit.
I shake my head in disbelief. Was it really worth starting a war over?
We didn't start it. The Tigers did.
Because you killed one of their own over something so...
Don't talk to me about things you have no understanding of.
He raises his voice ever so slightly, as he stifles a growl. Those trees are definitely a sore spot for the wolves.
Our world ceased to exist long, long ago. Other kin saw to it. This forest and our traditions are all we have left of what was lost.
I can detect an old twinge of sadness and longing in his voice, something I've never heard before from the male.
The wolves will go to any lengths to protect what's left, even if it means going to war. If anyone learns that you're here, a lynch mob will have torn you to shreds before any of us will have had the chance to react.
Okay, I guess that's why we didn't get turned in immediately. Great. I stop eating, feeling the weight of his words finally sink in. Despite not really understanding the full context of what he said, it's clear that the wolves hate otherkin. Oh, this reminds me of that other visual novel that we played on this channel. Oh, God. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to upset you. I made a severe lapse in judgment. The black male looks at me with annoyance for a moment, before exhaling heavily.
Just take this seriously.
Oh, my voice cracked.
Just take this seriously. It's enough that Rannoch makes light of the situation. I don't want to lose my moon brother. Not because of...
He cuts himself off, looking at me with an almost apologetic gaze. Me. I finished the sentence for him, although I'm sure he meant to use it as some sort of insult. Oh, ciao from Italy. Ciao. First time watching the stream while in live. That's so awesome, Niccolo. Oh man, didn't know I had an Italian supportive fan base. Speaking of which, I made an Italian dinner last night, kinda. And it really slapped. Or was it the night before? One of the 2 nights. I had the leftovers last night. But yeah, it's really good. And yeah, now I'm going to be switching over to like just a regular American dinner for tonight. And then Mexican for Sunday night. Or Saturday, whatever the day is. I try and do my meals every other day so I can make them last through the whole week. You have fans from all over the world, Dirk. Yes, I do, I guess. Thanks, Emerald. Anyway, we gotta speed through this again. Or, well, keep speeding through it. Anyway, yours truly from Malaysia. Ah, Malaysia. Awesome. Anyway,
It's nothing personal.
I know. And I'll be careful. Believe me, I do not have a death wish. The Black Wolf smirk at me, most likely trying to lighten the situation.
Oh? Well, you could have fooled me. I better go. If I stay much longer, others will wonder where I disappeared to.
Vol? He throws me a surprised gaze as I see his brow narrow slightly in annoyance. Should have used his full name, but fuck it. Thanks.
Humph.
He shrugs, leaving me alone, and I return to bed. I plop onto the mattress, bouncing up and down a bit, trying to calm myself down. I really hope I didn't annoy him as much as it seemed I did. The delicious, meaty smell that drifts through the air from the parcel invites me to dig in once again. Oh god, did I just... That was not on my phone when I did not have that open on my phone when I last used it. Oh god, you will never know. I was just gonna see how late, like, Taco Bell, or not Taco Bell. I was just gonna see how late, like, McDonald's or, like, maybe my local grocery store is, because I want to celebrate with ice cream after this long stream. This is a fun stream, and I got a bunch of stuff. I got a bunch of fixes made with my sprites for Ocean Avenue, so I want to celebrate with that, and yeah, it'll be great. He's growing on the wolf. Aw, he is. Anyway, invites me to dig in once again. My mood instantly lifts, if only slightly, as I bite into another succulent cut. It's tasty, but I really wouldn't mind having something else to go with it. Dorito! Who called it? Oh my goodness! Kael, you did this on purpose. Holy crap. Another Dorito. Another day, another Dorito. That one was really good. Oh, you deserve more than ice cream, Dirk. Oh, thanks, Kathleen. I gotta make sure I go, like, I know my local, like, Albertsons closes at midnight. So I'm, like, not sure if I should go there or maybe go to, like, what other options do I have? Like, McDonald's, I might get a McFlurry there. That's always a hankering of mine I have. Love their M&M McFlurry. Maybe I could do an M&M and Oreo McFlurry. Oh, I love that combo. I always did that as a kid. That was my favorite thing to have from there. Dorito is back, and I'm trying to clear my throat so I can read better. Oh yeah, I started at like 5:15. I got too busy figuring out the whole lottery, like, raffle thing that I ended up just getting, like, delayed by it for like a couple hours. So yeah, I started at like 5:15, 5:30. And it is also that long too. So anyway, continuing. Bread! I close my eyes, instantly smiling upon the recollection of what bread is. The crunchy rim of a fleshy baked... Not fleshy! The crunchy rim of a freshly baked loaf. The smell of it as it comes out straight from the oven. How do I even know these things? I shrug, continuing to eat. No point dwelling on it, if I can't really do anything about it. Rannoch's right. Everything will be revealed in time. If I can randomly remember what bread is, I'm sure I'll remember something more tangible from my previous life. Previous life. I stop chewing and chuckle, considering what I'm actually saying. Whatever happened before these wolves found me seems completely separated from who I am now. Almost as if I've been severed from my past. I look at the crumpled cloth containing my dinner. I only ate half of it, if not less. The portion is generous, true, but I also lost my appetite. What is exactly going on with me? Will you advance to the latest update? Oh god, not tonight. This is... Manuelf, I think? Yeah, Manuelf? Manuelf? Whatever your name is. Manuelf. This is only the first update so far. There's 4 updates, and I've only gotten through the first one so far. It's this long. Fortunately, the 2 ones in the middle, I think, are somewhat shorter. And I think the 4th update's, like, really long, supposedly. So, yeah. I'm gonna have to, like, haul butt to get through that one. But yeah, I'm gonna try and catch up maybe over the next couple weeks. Maybe this next week I'll try and play another update of it. But yeah, it's gonna be a haul, man. Let's continue. I have no idea. I fold the cloth back up, deciding to keep the rest of the meat for later. Slowly, I approach the small dresser, the very same one I had climbed when I was first set my eyes on Vulgar. My feet brush an object across the floor, and I notice the comb still lying there. Quickly answering this, yes, I will play tennis ace tomorrow. That's the plan, at least. Yeah, like tennis ace, yeah. I'm just going to try and do tennis ace. I don't want to burn myself out tomorrow. Anyway, I pick it up with a smile, remembering my defiant stand against the Black Wolf. With a shrug, I open the drawer from which I retrieved it and placed it back in there. I shut it, not even looking inside. I'm a guest here. I shouldn't pry. Gently, I set the parcel down on the flat top and turn to approach the door. From what I understand, this house has at least one more room. I'm curious to see it. I put my ear to the door, trying to determine if anyone's there. Rannoch? I mutter, mostly to confirm what I already know. I slowly crack the doors open to see what's actually behind them. Ooh, beautiful kitchen. The room is similar in size to the bedchamber I woke up in. However, it has 2 windows instead of 1. I could see the orange glow of a large bonfire coming from outside, and I hear the sound of wolves talking and laughing. And so far, I think this is a great visual novel. Technically, I'm doing the Donald Trump thing where he's like, but technically, I read through the first 3 updates by watching Lide's channel. So I watched Lide. I think the name of the channel is Lide Load. So Lide's channel, I watched his channel for the first 3 updates of it, thinking, I'm probably not going to play it myself. I'll probably just watch somebody's instead. And yeah, so I kind of know what happens, but it's kind of vague in my head. Like I'm recollecting it now. But yeah, from what I've read and watched so far, I love this novel. I felt like I have to at least watch it if I don't play it on my channel. Like, I'm hooked on the novel. Like, this is gonna be a good series. Anyway, I can see the orange glow of a large bonfire coming from outside, and I hear the sound of wolves talking and laughing. It almost makes me want to approach the window and have a look, but I realize I'd be immediately spotted. Oh no, it closes at 11. Let me see if the McDonald's is... Yes, it's open to midnight. If I can't make it by 11, I'll probably just get a McFlurry tonight. It almost makes me want to approach the window and have a look, but I realize I'd be immediately spotted. My pale skin would reflect the glow of the fire, making me look like a ghost beyond the glass. I sigh and instead look around the room properly. There's a table with a set of chairs, another cupboard, and a large fireplace. Oh, that was my headphones just telling me to recharge. Oh boy. We gotta cram through this now. All of it looks comfy, but incredibly rustic. Huh. Another thing I know. This is an incredibly old-timey looking house, through what a normal house should look like, at least I can recall. I frown, realizing that there is no other bed. There is only a stack of blankets in front of the hearth. Once again, my curious self is going to just frick. Like, I'm going to just double check how far we've gotten. Oh God, we're like, why? Why is there so much stuff? How am I this slow at reading? Oh man, why am I like this? Why did I think this is a good idea to do it all in one night? I'm like 80% of the way. Anyway, I gotta keep going. I frown, realizing there is no other bed. There's only a stack of blankets in front of the hearth. I'm sorry, I don't mean to be rude when I say that, but I'm just like, it's like I just want to get to an ending point so I can get to cooking or whatnot. I seriously enjoy the story, but it's just like, at the same time, I've been on for almost 5 hours. And shout out to Koromaru from Perpy, $5 donation. Thanks, Perpy, and Koro is an awesome person. Love him. Let's keep going. Rannoch gave me his own bed. I approach his makeshift bedding, crouching down beside it. I could tell it was slept in recently, strands of gray fur dotting the fabric. How long was I out before I woke up the first time? A shadow moves by the front window, causing me to drop to my knees.
Super chat.
There it is, the $5 donation, hiding out of sight. There's a lot of movement outside, so the village is still up and going despite the darkness. I can't tell the time, though. The passage of time is almost impossible to work out here, and although I don't know why, not being able to measure it fills me with incredible frustration. Why would I feel the need to know what time it is? Night is night. I can imagine the Mr. Incredible meme where it's like, night is night! Anyway, where does the idea to even measure it come from? I shake my head. All of this giving me a massive headache. I look around to find something to wash the meat down and find a jug on the table. I grab a cup and pour myself a glass. Taking a reluctant sip, I half expected wine or ale, but thankfully it's just plain water. I empty the entire cup thirstily, pour myself another round. I almost feel as if I'm having a drink for the first time in my life. Fuck. So weird. I gasp, finally having my fill. At some point, I will have to use the toilet. However, I can clearly see that there's none in the house. I wince, realizing that most likely there's an outhouse somewhere in the back, Not only does it seem that seems Spartan, but also I'm not allowed to leave. I guess I'll have to hold it in for a bit. Luckily, my body feels utterly empty, so I don't need to go just yet. Hopefully everything will be settled before I do, and I'll be able to get out. The only thing worse than an outhouse would be a chamber pot. I cringe, shivering at the thought. Nope. I decide to return to my bed. Rannoch is most likely occupied, and hearing how merry everyone is outside, this might take a while. I close the doors to the bedroom behind me and approach the bed. Sound of faint music reaches my ears. It's very merry, it's very upbeat, and almost invites one to dance. The feast seems to be quite a party. Pity I have to miss it. I know headphones. I'll do it when I'm done. Oh, God. I allow myself to sway into the rhythm, moving from one leg to another, almost as if remembering something I used to do once upon a time. I must look incredibly foolish. I drop into the mattress, chuckling, filled with a little bit of nostalgia. Just sitting on the bed makes me incredibly tired. I yawn uncontrollably. I've been out for at least a day, considering Rannoch had to sleep on the floor. Then why am I so exhausted? Staying awake doesn't come naturally to me. My eyelids become incredibly heavy again, and I feel as if I am wrapped in a warm, snug embrace. It must be the meal I ate. So much meat is quite heavy for your stomach. That must be it. I'm just getting drowsy from eating. I rest my head on the pillow and close my eyes, allowing myself to drift away into that familiar nothingness. But it isn't nothingness. This time, I don't lose awareness. Panic grips at my heart, and I realize that I'm back where I was at the beginning of all this. No! I don't want to feel this again. My body begins to fade into oblivion, all senses abandoning me, aside from my consciousness. That's when the familiar voice returns, a multitude of words, all spoken at once. I want to scream, but all I can do is simply think. What do you want? One chance. I feel a searing pain within my soul, as if the words hurt me. Stop. My whole being is screaming in unimaginable agony. No, you stop it! I demand, unable to contain myself in this pit of despair. Too late. I want to fight back, but each word pushes me closer and closer to the brink of madness. I don't know whether the voices stop themselves, or did I simply give in? But after the last wave of pain, I pass out. Everything returns to that familiar feeling of abandon. Not a single dream reaches me. Let me see if that's the end. If that's not the end, I'm gonna actually lose my shit. Oh my god, there's so much more. Why? I didn't remember it being this long. Probably because Lion just did it completely off the cusp and did it so smoothly, but god, this is such a long VN to play. I'm gonna copy and paste it into a... Actually, I'm not sure if that would be a way to do it. Whatever. There's got to be a way to, like, extract that or figure out a report on it. I wonder how many words it is, even with all the functions and commands. 33,909. Okay. And that's including like all the functions and stuff like that are added, so. Okay. I'm assuming, give or take some of those coding things out, probably maybe it's more like 22,000 or 20,000. That's about as long as my update for Ocean Avenue, so now I know how it feels to be reading my VN. Anyway, not a single dream reaches me, or at least that's what I think. Dirk, just go to McDonald's and get that ice cream. I will finish this out of spite. And because it's a good VN. And don't worry, McDonald's doesn't close till midnight. The Albertsons closes at 11, sadly. So at least I can run to McDonald's, get the ice cream, put it in the fridge, and then make my food. So yeah. I don't want to make it a two-parter. I'm so close to being done, technically. I'm just like, I gotta keep going. Not a single dream reaches me. Or at least that's what I think. It's as if I drifted away on the pillow, filled with a delicious meal. However, I can't shake off this odd feeling of dread. I feel something ominous at the edge of my consciousness. Oh, that's the wrong button. I feel like I'm being watched. A creaking plank stirs me from my sleep. Who is it? I open my eyes in a panic, seeing nothing but darkness before me. I quickly locate the window, trying to confirm I haven't returned to the void. It's simply night and I'm still here, in this strange world filled with talking wolves. Another creak causes me to jump. Who's there? A shadow of a large beast moves slightly, sitting at the foot of my bed, its eyes glistening in the dark. My blood freezes and I'm about to scream when a hint of light betrays a familiar gray coat. Rannoch! Oh, Rannoch, she's shirtless. No robe on top of him. God, why? I squeak out in both relief and panic.
Couldn't sleep?
The wolf shrugs casually.
And I wanted to get to know you better, without others hanging onto our every word.
And you intend to do that by creeping onto the bed in the middle of the night?
Was held up longer than I was expected.
Rannoch gives me a goofy smile, as if he doesn't understand why this could be unsettling. It's the middle of the night! I try to reiterate. You're a wolf.
Yes, and you're human. We've established that already.
My point exactly. He gives me another naive smile, causing me to sigh in resignation. Most humans would find the whole setup extremely terrifying.
Most wolves would find you extremely terrifying.
The gray wolf retorts teasingly. Disgusting, maybe. I smirk, rolling my eyes as I recall Volgor's earlier reaction.
I don't find you disgusting.
He protests, laughing.
Do you find me terrifying?
He grins, playfully baring his fangs at me, but I try not to flinch. I'm not really sure what answer he expects, but I decide to be honest. I do?
Oh, good.
Good. He nods with satisfaction.
What good is a wolf if a tiny human doesn't fear him?
He laughs, widening his smile and jokingly punching my shoulder. You want me to fear you? I ask teasingly, drawing a mischievous growl from Rannoch's throat. Despite it being just a game, it did startle me, but I keep my composure. Or so I think, because Rannoch simply laughs at me, his tail swooshing on the bed in glee.
Doesn't take much to get your heart pumping, does it?
Fuck, I forgot that he has a heart rate monitor in his head. Wait, what? Just for a moment, I can almost hear a rhythmic beeping before it vanishes into nothingness. I heard it before, just before everything went black. Did we just... Wait a minute, did we get bombed by somebody? Before I woke up in this room. To die so young. I think I died. The wolf blinks, completely thrown off by my remark.
Is that your usual pickup line?
Rannoch smirks slyly, his tail slapping the bed in anticipation. I just died in your arms tonight. Oh, that's like the billionth time I've used that joke. This time, I'm the one blinking. What?
I think I died and went to heaven.
He grins flirtatiously, sliding closer towards me. What the? No! I protest, pushing myself away. What's wrong with you? None of this is funny. I almost shout in annoyance. I know I'm not angry at him. I don't even understand why I'm angry in the first place, but I feel as if I'm mourning my own passing. I couldn't be dead. But then, where the hell am I? What the fuck is going on? I look at him wide-eyed, feeling as they swell with tears. The wolf moves back to his original spot, looking defeated. He's slouching with ears folded back and his tail tucked to the side.
I'm sorry. I didn't.
You act like this is fun and games, but I am truly terrified. My voice cracks as my mind races out of control. I'm at the edge of the abyss, just a step away from falling back into that dark hole. I'm really scared. The wolf stands up, causing the mattress to perk back up as his weight disappears.
That much is clear.
He mutters sorrowfully. He sulks towards the door, obviously taking my outbursts to heart. Ever since I woke up in a strange world, he's been nothing but kind and caring towards me. Even through my memory loss, deep in my heart, I know it's something I rarely experienced. It's not fair for him to feel dejected just because I'm paranoid.
I'll leave you be.
He opens the door with a solemn expression. Wait! His brow raises at my sudden request. I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to explode like this. Please, don't leave me alone. Not now. He tilts his head in bewilderment at my pleading expression.
I thought you didn't want me here.
No, I do. I really do. It's just hard to say in the moment with all the thoughts spinning in my head. I think that's why I'm sleeping so much. To get a break. He closes the doors and hastily returns to my side.
What happened?
I had not a memory, but something flashed through my mind. It really spooked me.
I can see that.
The wolf sits down next to me, his fur brushing against my skin. It's soft and inviting. He looks at me inquisitively, but I only sit there, struggling to maintain my composure. As I'm about to lose the battle, he reaches about my back and pulls me close into a warm embrace. Resisting crosses my mind, but I instantly banish the thought. All I want to do is feel safe. And for whatever reason, every time he's around, he makes me feel just that. I surrender myself completely and allow him to cradle me into his chest. I try to calm myself down as he idly ruffles my hair.
What was it?
Why do I keep hitting the wrong button? Oh, I think it's because I hit both fingers on the... Whatever. I don't know. But it makes me feel dead.
You aren't dead.
Certainly doesn't feel like I am. But still. I breathe heavily into his chest, his musk and smell of the forest filling my nose. He must have been drinking, since I can detect the faint whiff of wine coming from him. Oh! Does he also drink wine? We all know he drinks beer, according to that photo with Amicus. Maybe they could share some wine together. It's a calming combination, almost like some sort of inhaling balm. His gentle stroking and steady rising and falling of his chest soothes me further. Within moments, for some reason I thought I had 56 viewers. I'm like, that's the most we had tonight. We have 34 viewers. Still a lot for almost 11 at night for me. I don't know what you guys are doing to stay up this late, but man, you guys are troopers. Within moments, I manage to compose myself, and once I can hear his tail wag again, I gently push myself away from the wolf. I sigh, resting my face against my arms in resignation. This whole thing is so messed up. Or, that was a terrible reading. This whole thing is so messed up. I feel him place a paw on my head. I feel so vulnerable. He ruffles my hair softly, the paw's weight matching the feeling in my gut.
It's okay. You know that none of us would hurt you, right?
That's not it. I find myself looking up, his paw still gently stroking my head as my blurry eyes meet his. You keep saying that everything is going to be fine, but none of this is fine. I'm going to adjust that quickly. There we go, better. But none of this is fine. I know who I am. Or, I don't know, actually. I don't know who I am. I don't know who I am. Who you are. I stretch out my arms as if trying to encompass the entire world. You say that talking wolves are normal, that there are other beast folk out there, like it's something obvious. I look down at my twitching leg. All of this is news to me, as if I was born yesterday. Rannoch just sits there, petting my head and listening. That simple gesture is the most comforting thing I've felt since I woke up.
You simply lost your memory. With time, everything will come back to you. I'm sure of it.
The wolf forces a soft smile onto his muzzle. He's trying to encourage me, but we both know that's all it is. An encouragement. How can he be so sure?
Because I trust the ancestors. Our paths crossed for a reason.
I roll my eyes. I'm not his damn wish away. Talking wolves, ancestors, name trees. I feel like I'm dreaming.
Well, even if it is just a dream.
He cuts off, biting his lip. I see his expression shift as he's thinking something over, and the paw on top of my head comes to a stop.
Aside from the whole memory loss, is it a bad dream to have? Or am I that much of a nightmare to be around?
I look up at his teasing expression and blink. Oh, Rannoch. The paw starts to softly ruffle my hair again, and I can't help but chuckle, forcing my welled-up eyes to release 2 stray tears. It's so surreal, but I have to give Rannoch credit. He is a smooth talker. No, you're not. I scoff, and this time he chuckles. I envy his light-hearted attitude. Even though he faces almost as harsh consequences of this misadventure as I do, he doesn't seem to mind. If anything, he seems very set on practicing. If anything, he seems very set on protecting me and making me feel very safe. Once he sees me smile, he withdraws his paw and we sit like that for a moment until I finally break the silence. Why did you save me?
Like I said, the ancestors guided me towards my path.
I shake my head. I am not a path.
First, let me walk it, and then we'll decide.
He smiles slyly. You're being quite a lot on me. If you found me next to your name tree, why did you take me in? Vol told me that your people are willing to go to war over them. Rannoch laughs.
Don't call him Vol to his muzzle unless you want to be choked again.
He pauses, thinking over what I said.
As for the tree, you didn't harm it.
But what if it was harmed? I pose a question, despite being troubled by what his answer may be.
It wasn't.
Hypothetically. What if whoever left me in the forest damaged it, and I was only collateral? What would you do then?
I don't want to talk about it.
Just answer the question. Rannoch looks away, clearly disturbed by the scenario. His ears splay back as he struggles to give me an answer, but the silence speaks for itself. Had someone damaged the tree, I would pay the price. Despite my worst suspicion being confirmed, I'm glad the wolf at least is being honest with me. I'm not offended. Just saying that our situation is quite circumstantial. For something you believe to be fated, a lot of things could have played out differently. The wolf looks at me with an irritated expression.
Why do you think this? I saved you, didn't I?
He clearly doesn't enjoy this little mental exercise. Because if the tree was damaged, you wouldn't have. And if that's the case, it's hard for me to see this as fate.
You're reading too much into this.
I'm not! Had I damaged the tree, even by accident, you would have killed me! The wolf finally stands up, snarling at me with genuine anger, his muzzle baring his fangs like I had never seen before.
Yes, I would have killed you. Is that what you want to hear?
I pull away from him in fear. I can't bear seeing him like this, like the feral beast he actually is. Noticing my reaction, the wolf's expression softens, and his fangs hide behind a remorseful expression. He sighs in resignation, and silence falls over us. Eventually, Rannoch smiles at me, giving me a patronizing look.
That's what fate is, though, isn't it? A lot of things falling into place in just the right way.
I roll my eyes again. I guess that's something I got to do a lot, or I guess that's something I'm going to do a lot around this wolf. There is no point in arguing about this. He's too set in his ways. I still don't understand why you would be willing to kill someone over a tree.
There's more to it than that.
His expression sours. Well then, enlighten me. Rannoch looks at me concerned, as if unsure if he should elaborate on the subject. Please? He nods reluctantly, sitting back on the bud, but keeping an appropriate distance.
Whenever a pup is born, we plant a special sapling within the grove.
Super chat.
Perpy donated another $5 saying, just saw a GameStop got looted in a vid and someone said use code FLYOID to get 100% off at the door and I couldn't stop laughing. Oh god, that sounds so dumb. Thank you for the $5 and isn't GameStop like permanently closed now? At least the ones around me have shut down. I thought they went bankrupt or something. Anyway.
Whenever a pup is born, we plant a special sapling within the grove. It's fashioned from the seeds of their parents' name trees.
How does that work? I can see a cheeky grin. I can see a cheeky grin paint on the gray wolf's muzzle.
Well, when a mommy tree loves a daddy tree very, very much.
Oh, fuck off. I scoff through a chuckle accompanied by Rannoch's laughter.
Well, what do you want me to say?
He barks out defensively. Sorry, I don't know how to make tree babies.
It's simple, really. You just pollinate a seed with one tree with the other.
Uh-huh, and then what? I'm certain I have a very confused look on my face, as the wolf regards me with mild frustration.
You just plant it. As the pup lives long enough to earn a name, that name is then carved into his growing tree.
Oh, so if a tiger, like, carved his own name, that's like as if he's just canceling out the other person's name. Ooh, I could see why that would be very iffy. Anyway.
When we die, we are buried beneath them, so that we can become one. This allows our spirits to stay in this world a little while longer, to guide our people. As long as the tree lives, our ancestors are still with us.
I take a moment to digest the information. So that's what Vol meant by saying the ancestors reside inside of them. It's their resting place. The gray wolf blinks, looking at me in shock.
Vol talked about it? I'm surprised. He doesn't open up to just anyone about spiritual stuff.
I'm not sure if he's trying to make me feel better or speaking the truth about the black male. Despite Volgor's earlier actions, I'm already warming up to him, and I'd like to think that he's starting to warm up to me in turn. We sit like this for a moment in silence, but I don't mind. His presence alone is enough to put me at ease, or at least as much as at ease as he himself is. Despite sitting next to each other, I have to look up to meet his gaze, his form towering above mine. If I say slowly, thinking back to the dark void which held me so enviously before I opened my eyes, it almost feels as if it's still here somewhere, hiding at the edges of my vision and waiting to reclaim me. The persistent thought of me actually being dead doesn't help either. Perhaps those are just last images or imaginings of my slowly fading mind. What a horrible thought. If this is just a dream, then I'm not sure if I want to wake up.
Then don't.
He closes his eyes, smiling. Everything is so simple for him. I feel like I don't have a choice in the matter. I've lost all sense of agency. The wolf looks at me with a worried expression, but then proceeds to look at the window. We sit like this for a moment, and I find myself staring at the world outside. The calm of the night claimed the forests, and the moonlight bathes it in hues of midnight blue.
Maybe it's the exact opposite. Or maybe it's the exact opposite.
I look up at the wolf. confusion obviously painted on my face.
You have a clean slate. You could start life anew. No mistakes of the past to weigh you down. No attachments, no strings.
I narrow my brows, almost feeling as if he made light of my circumstance. Would you trade places with me then?
Oh, I would.
He says without hesitation. I blink, caught off guard by the statement. It almost sounded sincere.
I've made many mistakes in my life, and my future was already decided long before I was born. I knew who I would be, when and who I had to mate with. Everything predetermined without my say. You're the first actual choice I had. Who's without agency here?
He forces a challenging smirk as I reciprocated with a smile. Wait. Mate? I cough, surprised that I actually asked that out loud. Rannoch looks at me with a bit of confusion, but quickly laughs loudly. I look at his massive jaw, his teeth glittering in the dim light of the moon. It used to send shivers down my spine, but now it just makes me smile in amusement.
Funny how that's the only thing that stuck out to you.
I cough, pulling back into the conversation. Oh, God. My face flushes red as I realize what he just implied. It was the odd one out.
Right.
He muses, looking at me teasingly. Honestly, I don't know anything about your traditions.
I could teach you.
I bite my lip, sensing a trap. But at the same time, learning their customs isn't a bad idea. Just as it isn't a bad idea to always check to see how far you... that's the wrong window. Whatever. I'm so close. Kinda. Yeah, close enough. Guys, we are going on super mode. We are going super VN mode. Reading hard. But at the same time, learning their customs isn't such a bad idea. Especially if I were to stay here until I get better. If I were to get better. And hey, might even jog some of my memories. I finally smile, nodding. Okay. Teach me.
Well, we are set up to mate with a compatible peer in our childhood. Once we come of age, we...
God, not that! The heat rises to my cheeks as I try to shoo away the mental image of him having sex. Oh, God! Now it's in my head! Oh, God! I feel my face burning up and hiding it in my palms as the wolf laughs merrily. I meant the culture! I mumble, still guarding my face from ridicule.
Well, it is our culture. Might even say one of its most important aspects.
Can't argue with that. So... I finally managed to compose myself. I'm not a child anymore. I shouldn't act like one, giggling and blushing upon hearing a no-no. I raise my head and look up at Rannoch. You basically grew up knowing how you would. You basically grew up knowing who you'll have to be with?
I know you humans do things differently. We don't stay with our mates. We generally just mate to produce the most desirable offspring, to further the tribe.
He states matter-of-factly. The thought of living like that almost makes me feel sad. Don't wolves feel Love? Rannoch laughs again, this time even louder, even as if I cracked the best joke he'd heard the entire day. What does love have to do with it? What's love got to do with it? What's love but a second-hand emotion? It has a lot to me. I blurt out, almost gasping and covering my mouth. Somehow I managed to rein in that impulse. I don't want the wolf to misconstrue me. We do love Kaelin, but it doesn't factor into procreation. We just mate for the tribe. Do it for the tribe! We love for ourselves. I look at him confused. It sounds so wrong, yet... Do I even have a point of reference? I can't even remember my life before this whole mess. How am I so sure it's not my case for everyone? Or the case for everyone, whatever. However, my gut tells me that this is not what I agree with. The wolf looks at me, seeing the gears turning behind my mask of silence. He decides to break it. I know humans take mating seriously. I've heard they vow loyalty to each other, which also includes... This time, he bites his lip. I almost shiver seeing the fang perk out, but again, the wolf laughs. The carnal side of things. This makes me blush again, as the image of me having sex pops into my head. How would that even work? Did I ever have sex? No comment. I try to imagine the act and I jump up in bed with a yelp, startling the wolf. What happened? I turn as red as a brick. As a bricks, quickly looking away from him. Why? Why does my mind do this to me? Ugh. Why did it show me with him? He's a talking beast, man. What the hell, brain? I shake my head. There's nothing to it. I know there isn't. I just don't remember what other people look like. All I know is him. Ugh. Why do I even explain myself to myself? I just need to rein my thoughts in, that's all. Are you okay? Did you remember something? The wolf sounds worried, placing his massive paw on my shoulder. The sheer sensation causes me to inexplicably shiver. Perhaps you took the vows with someone? What? No! Or no, wait, that's Kaelin. What? No! I protest as hard as I can, almost offended at the insinuation. But quickly my resolve melts away as I realize that I don't know. I have no clue. I might have. I slump back into my hands, struggling to contain tears once again. This is so messed up. Who even am I? Out of the corner of my eye, I see his big paws surround me, with his massive claws at their end. My heart skips a beat, but I don't allow myself to be terrified. It wouldn't be fair. Not to him. The wolf leans in closer. The wolf leans in closer, and I again feel his embrace. The warmth of his fur completely envelops me, and I feel his heavy breath brush my hair and fall down my neck. You're Kaelin. That's all that matters. He murmurs softly, rubbing my back with his paws. I chuckle into his chest, feeling so safe in his embrace, as if nothing could happen to me while he holds me close. I feel those things, certain truths, but I can't be certain of them at all. The wolf still holds me tight in his arms. I wonder if he even hears me through his fur, but he quickly disappears. But he quickly disperses my doubts.
If you feel strongly about anything, don't doubt it.
Even if I can't remember?
Especially if you can't remember.
The wolf gently pushes me away so that our eyes can meet again. He has a soft smile with the most reassuring gaze that he can muster.
Your feelings are your compass. Follow them.
Then I know never took, and then I know I never took the vows. I chuckle, rubbing away the tears. I look back up towards him and laugh as I realize I'm taking life advice from a talking wolf, while simultaneously assuring both of us that I'm not taken. He smiles back while reaching up to my cheek. With one finger, he gently rubs it, clearing a single stray tear that I missed. Panic begins to take hold of me as the very same finger ventures towards my eye. Claw glistening in the faint light, but I manage to rein my fear. Rannoch picks up a loose eyelash and presents it to me with a smile. Not even knowing why, I just make a wish and I blow it away. The wolf blinks in astonishment and then smiles.
What was that?
I don't know. It just felt like something. It's just something I felt like doing. Rannoch smiles.
See? You've got a good compass.
Indeed. And if this is all but a dream, then I don't mind if it lasts a little while longer. And into the night we go. Okay, this is where we end. We are done with update 1, or chapter 1, whatever you want to call it. Oh god, I gotta save. Oh god, I can't imagine losing all this progress. Whew. Well, boyos, that was the end of update 1, or an episode 1 of... I was about to say the Smoke Room, because that was what I recently played. This is the end of update 1 of Far Beyond the World. Stay tuned for me doing this another time, maybe this week again, or this weekend again, maybe within the... I definitely will be doing it. I will definitely try and make this at least somewhat weekly if there's no other novels conflicting or just released. But yeah, I'm going to try and catch up as best as I can as soon as I can. I still have to have school as my priority, man, so, you know, I have to do a lot with that, so. In the time I have, so, yeah, I'm a bit shaky because I need to eat. Definitely hungry. We went for 5.5 hours, boys, so. My goodness, guys, this was a great stream, but I'm going to run to McDonald's, get some fries, get a McFlurry, and then make my actual dinner. I've just been craving McDonald's fries. Those are the things I always crave the most. They're cheap, but damn, they're good. And I know I don't have fries in my meal that I'm making for dinner, so at least it'll be something different from what I'm having in the actual meal. So, guys, this is it. Soft Fantasies. It has 2 red pandas on it. It's a really good VN. Oh, I haven't heard of that. That's cool. I'll definitely have to check that out sometime. But yes, this concludes the stream, so thank you guys so much for watching, and until next time, take care, guys.